Hello, Internet! Welcome to StoryCrafters. Thank you for coming to hang out this Friday. This game was apparently cursed. We had to reschedule it a couple times. It's the Eldritch vibes, but we have defeated them thus far to be with you tonight. I'm so excited for this collaboration. This is a production of both myself and Detect Magic, or Tech. If you have been watching our crafters throughout the whole series, they have been crocheting things related to their characters. And so after our game today, we're going to have a little talks session where they're going to talk about what they made, show off their wares, and then we'll have a giveaway. So stay tuned after the session for that chat. But I will turn it over to Tech to just share what the heck is StoryCrafters and what are we up to?
Yes, so StoryCrafters is a really awesome collaboration between myself and Insight Check to bridge the hobbies of crafting and tabletop RPGs. In this case, we figured, what we genuinely associate with the elderly cute grannies is bingo cards, mints, and like fiber arts. So we ended up doing crochet as our craft over on my stream a few weeks ago. I don't know if we should be showing what the craft is, but for example, related to my character who has a special interest in cacti, I did a little crochet cactus. So it was more for us to explore a craft, whether we knew it or not, connect it somehow to our characters, is a part of StoryCrafters, and tie it into the tabletop gaming experience.
I love your pitch, and I love that it changes every time. It's my favorite thing.
It's just because I forget to write it down, and then I just wing it every time.
Say it from your soul. So that's what we're up to tonight. And for the second part, post-crafting, we are going to be running the game of Brindlewood Bay. Brindlewood Bay is an RPG that you yourself may be able to get your hands on. They are updating it, and you will be one of the first people to see the updated rulebook if you enter our giveaway. And I will drop those details in chat. But Brindlewood Bay is a role-playing game about a group of elderly women, members of the local Murder Mavens Mystery Book Club, who frequently find themselves investigating and solving real-life murder mysteries. They become increasingly aware that there are supernatural forces that connect the cases that they're working on. This game is inspired by like Murder, She Wrote, meets like Call of Cthulhu. So it's like cozy old lady mystery and then dark, spooky, scary tentacle stuff, as one does. So keep in mind that Brindlewood Bay is cozy as it is a TV show. And so you may notice some mechanics that are a little bit different from role-playing games if you're familiar with the format. For example, if you fail a roll, there might be dire, dramatic consequences. All of you mavens have the ability to choose your own adventure and say, nope, and mark off on your character sheet what we call a crown, have a flashback, and then kind of redo the fates. So we will describe in full the nastiness that befalls you. And if you decide you don't really like that outcome, you can kind of rewind the tape and redo the scene. So keep that in mind if things get a little dark. Also, there is a mechanic called cut to commercial. So we'll get to that, but just keep that in mind. And what else is different? Oh, I don't know what's going to happen in this game. I think that's the biggest thing that's different. Some RPGs, I like secretly know like who did it, and I'm like trying to give you clues about it and like help you along, or maybe not try to railroad you, whatever. I have no idea who did this murder. I don't know. You guys will tell me at the end by collecting clues. The number of clues you collect in the game, the number of pieces you put together, there's a lot of suspects, there's a lot of motives, you will add to your final roll. It's actually a roll in the game to solve the mystery. You will be subtracting the complexity of this mystery. So you'll be subtracting 6 is the complexity number. So you'll need to find and maybe offset that subtraction by finding clues throughout. I think that's it. Let's jump right into our game here by meeting our most important folks, the murder mavens. So I would love to start as one does in a TV show. I am outing myself. I like have watched some clips of Murder, She Wrote, but like I'm not a super fan. So I'm gonna go with like the most tropey of tropes, and hopefully that hits the nail on the head. But I feel like our show starts with like, I don't know, like the creak of a rocking chair, and it's like half cozy, half scary, eerie a bit as it like creaks across the floor, and you hear that noise, that wood straining against like an old tile, porcelain or something underneath. The crackling of a fire, the clicking of knitting needles as they hit together, and like the points glint at the end. And the yarn that's being knit unravels and creates the title screen, which fades away to reveal our first character. Iris, to start our episode here, I would love if you could describe your character. Who is she? What does she look like? And what cozy activity do we find her doing as our show opens?
Okay, so Iris is, I want to say she's a mix of like garden witch vibes almost. And you know, and the also like clueless old lady that doesn't know how to use any sort of technology. She has very much like cozy Morticia Addams vibes, like lots of very like long, like flowy dresses. But like clearly comfortable, but also like a little on the goth side. She's very, very interested in cacti and just gardening in general. You would definitely find her in her greenhouse, which just has a variety of different cacti just all over the entirety of it. She's definitely not the one that you're going to see gardening out front because unfortunately it's not something you can put an abundance of as cacti in your lawn. It might be a hazard for children.
What does she look like?
So she has, in terms of like hair and everything,
yeah,
she has very, very like fire engine-y sort of red hair, very like curly, long. She's very flowy. That's all I can like describe her as. She has a very graceful gait. On the taller side, slimmer, with I would say very, very bright eyes and pronounced cheekbones.
Nice, Iris. You aged well.
Yeah, right. You don't know if it's witchcraft or not. She looks oddly good for her age.
Nice. And the cozy activity that we kind of zoom in on the scene. Can you describe what Iris is doing, maybe a little bit of her surrounds, kind of just the general scene that we see?
I think you would definitely end up seeing her in her greenhouse. She would be repotting some of the various cacti that she has in there. Just really seems to be in her coziest of places, surrounded by greenery, in her own little world and humming to herself.
What song?
Um, don't know why this is what the answer, but the first song that came to my head was "Don't Stop Believing" by Journey. So that's what she's humming.
Does Iris? So everyone here, I think it's part of the rule set that you have a partner that has passed on in this world. So it could be a long time ago, maybe not a spouse necessarily, whatever you see for your character, but you have a loved one that is no longer with you. So tell me about Iris's past loved one.
So Iris's past loved one is her long-term partner Eleanor. Eleanor, she's known her since she was a little girl. They've been best friends and neighbors for the longest. And when Eleanor passed, it was very difficult for Iris to cope, and ended up throwing herself basically into cacti gardening as a result. But Eleanor was kind of like like when you see two best friends or two people that are together and they look very opposite to one another, but they complement each other very well. Eleanor was the bouncy, sunshine, like rainbows sort of person. She was very extroverted, very almost hyper energetic, and Iris always seemed like the calmer, more down to earth of person of the pair. So Eleanor was a very, very dear partner for, I would say, more than 2/3 of Iris's life.
How did she die?
I'm going to say that she passed away in a hiking accident.
Fell into a pile of greenery, and that was the last Iris saw of her.
It's something for Iris where it ended up with her being very closed off, not exploratory. Eleanor really helped her get out of her shell, and after she passed, Iris just fully went back inside of it.
Any children?
No children.
All right. As we see...
I mean, no biological children. Should I, clarify that?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so
and just to be clear, Eleanor is not a romantic partner, or Eleanor is a romantic partner?
No, Eleanor is a romantic partner.
Okay.
I would say no biological children, but she calls all, the kids that live on the block that, have been there the whole time. I mean, the way I'm not saying that I'm saying children is not like adoptive children, but more like she calls all of them her grandkids. She's seen them grow up and have their own kids, and for her, those are her grandkids because, I mean, she never had children of her own, but she always wanted to be extroverted with Eleanor in interacting with the kids that lived on their street. But since Eleanor's passing, she's kind of, stopped interacting as much, stopped going out more, and she doesn't see them as often anymore. It's kind of like after someone passes, people come by to check on you, and people come by to check on you, and Iris feels like she turned them away so many times that they no longer came knocking.
Ugh, that's heartbreaking. Yeah, the kids, you can see them out your window, Iris, in this scene, with like a very deft snip of your cutting tools. You're pruning a plant, and the sunlight is glinting off of the window pane in your greenhouse. And you can see the kids running up and down the street, and you know all of their names, and you've known them since they were this high. And now they're quite tall, and you see them scampering down the streets of Brindlewood Bay, this small New England coastal town. There's the light crash of the waves against the rocks in the background, and the call of a seagull as the glinting sun shifts us into another frame, the frame of Edna. Edna, can you please describe your character? What does she look like? What is she all about? And what cozy scene do we find Edna in?
So you find Edna, who's about 5'3", Caucasian with curly snow white hair, You see her in a nice wooden rocking chair, knitting something extremely long that she's been probably knitting for years and will continue to knit. And she's smiling and listening to something. You can't necessarily hear it, but it's actually a Golden Crown Mystery audiobook. And so she's listening to these while rocking on her chair. And behind her, you see a variety of strange toys and objects, including what appears to be a
Oh, Edna,
custom.
can
Yes.
you? Is it possible for you to talk closer to your mic? Just so that we can hear you.
Is this better?
I think so.
Or-
Yeah. Anything you can do
Okay,
to make. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Cool, because sometimes it's not actually connecting my mic, so apologies for that.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure we can all hear about this great Edna reveal, this lore drop coming up.
So, with all of these toys, there is a custom-made Furby that her quote-unquote grandchildren have made for her, and similar to Iris, has sort of adopted the neighborhood, but in a more outgoing way. She always has the cookie jar full, she always has her door open, but her grandchildren made her a Furby that is similar to Cthulhu and little Eldritch Furby, which is the Crochet project for this. And so this was made by her grandkids because they noticed all of her other strange toys that she had been collecting over the years.
So the grandchildren made this?
Yes.
Can you describe it for us? Like when you see this Eldritch Furby on Edna's shelf, like what does it look like and how did the children construct it?
So it appears that they found an actual Furby at like a garage sale or something, and then they just kept adding to it. And so one of them was like, oh my goodness, this thing needs to have tentacles coming out. And so they decided to make cute little tentacles and such. And Edna does teach knitting to all of the neighborhood kids, and so they're able to use some of that. And then another one's like, you know what, it needs wings. And so another kid decided to stick a couple wings on the back. And eventually, I think it was about 5 different neighborhood kids who got together and eventually gave this to her for her 80th birthday.
And how did Edna feel receiving this?
Absolutely blessed. Like, this is the prize of her collection because it reminds her that she still has had a full life even though she didn't personally have kids and her husband died a while ago, and so she's sort of been living on her own, but still feels that this Furby is a representative of the legacy she has lived, and this gift to the neighborhood of just quirkiness.
Tell me about Edna's husband. What was his name? What was he like when he was alive?
So, her husband, Trom, passed away about 25 years ago.
What was the name?
Trom.
Trom?
Tron. Trom. And he was a very strict and not a nice man. And so, she did her best to be a good wife, but since they never had kids, that led to just tension between them. But they did love each other in their own way. But he did die under mysterious circumstances.
Interesting. Was that when
Yeah.
Edna's love of mysteries came into play?
I think she loved them beforehand, but sort of
Ah.
was able to dip more than the toe in after.
Interesting. How did Trom die?
I believe that the official autopsy said unknown causes.
Hmm. And Edna, Describe your cozy scenario as the camera zooms in on you.
So, in the cozy scenario, she's just sitting in the rocking chair, knitting, and continually knitting. And actually, you can probably notice that what she's knitting is a continuation of the cardigan she's wearing. And she's just keeping knitting onto it. And so you pull out and you just keep seeing that. And she's like, there's nice light coming in, she can see the shore and such, and watch the world go by, but overall she's just comfortable creating.
And this thread that continues and does not end and is looped into the other thread and kind of has that continuity on this piece of clothing that Edna's both creating and wearing. That clacking motion of the needles gives way into kind of like the clattering of probably footfalls as these kids are apparently tearing through the neighborhood, all of your neighborhoods, as they continue running. Their footsteps match up with the clacking of the needles, and we hear doosh, 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 doosh as they run past yet another house, the house of Ernestine. Ernestine, can you please describe your character? What does she look like? What's she all about? And what cozy activity do we find Ernestine doing as yet another herd of children runs past your house?
Ernestine is, I would say, like, the mysterious one of the neighborhood. She doesn't have, like, a partner, just, like, a very close friend. She's never been married. She's never really been involved with anyone. She barely ever leaves her house. And so the neighborhood all kind of looks at her as, like, this creepy witch character. So the outside of her house, because her outside, she, like, yard work, forget it. Like, no, I'm too old for this. I can't. So there's, like, she just has a garden full of, like, random wildflowers that she never takes care of, like, that HSA is probably very upset about, but it's just, like, running wild. There's this, like, weird memory garden thing in the front, but it's actually just, like, random trash she's found at yard sales that she's really liked, and kind of just, like, you know, random stones and things like, you know, the house I'm talking about in the neighborhood, you know what I mean? And so it, like, the outside is just very whoa, and I imagine the kids would kind of, like, scoot slightly over across the street while passing it, but, like, not completely, because they don't want to admit that they're kind of nervous about the you know, the weird old lady that lives inside. But as we zoom inside to the house, it's all, like, shambles on the outside. It's actually, like, very 50s, like, very clean, very, like, pin-up style on the inside, because that's what she sees, right? So she's like, this has to look nice, or else, you know, whatever. So, yeah. You know what? I imagine she's probably ace, but, like, doesn't have the language around it. She has a parrot. So I imagine that we zoom in from the outside and she's, like, in her kitchen, just, like, spices, like, random dried plants hanging around, like, she wears, the weirdest combination of orange and green and whatever the heck else she threw on, plus her, like, very nice pink shawl blanket thing, because she's, for some reason, always cold no matter what season it is. And she's in her house making a simmering pot with, like, oranges and cinnamon, and just grabbing random herbs off of things and throwing it in as the Twin Peaks theme song plays in the background. And her parrot is up there, and you just hear her every once in a while go, like, I know, but, you know, what are we gonna do about it? And, like, that's all you hear, and the parrot's just over there, like, chilling on the counter, like, pecking at different things, and every once in a while she, like, throws at an orange seed or something, and that's kind of where we find
I love it. So what does Iris think of your house? I feel like you have a bit of a shared experience with plants, but maybe not the same approach to plants. How has Iris what has Iris said to you, or like what are your interpretations of Iris's feelings on your house?
I mean, cactuses are like great and all. Like, I don't have a problem with that. I think me and Iris just have a little bit of a difference of opinion on what constitutes a plant. Maybe. But, you know, I don't hold that against her.
And what's your parrot's name?
My parrot's name is
I have a cheat sheet. You still want it to be Georgie?
Yeah, Georgie. That's
okay.
what it was. I was like, I had it, but now it's like gone. No.
No worries.
Like when we were trying to remember the name of the parrot last time, we're like, are we just gonna make it a different name every time? Because we kept coming up with different
That's fair.
ones every time we tried to remember.
Yeah, Georgie sounds good.
That's fair.
So Georgie's over there. Georgie's like probably one of the few things in the neighborhood that has actually heard Ernestine speak her whole mind about things.
Who's a past loved one for Ernestine? Could be any kind of relationship, but a loved one that Ernestine mourns the loss of them.
I would say probably her in the closet gay best friend, who, you know, would go to dances with them, kind of like do the public hetero appearance to kind of like help them feel comfy when it was like not okay, you know, or even when they just felt uncomfy. And that they say his name is Greg. I don't know why. Feels like a Greg. And Greg tragically got into a boating accident.
It's more common than you would think here in Brindlewood Bay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just a thing. I don't go into forests and you don't go on like the ocean anymore. We're just not about those scenery, like those scenery changes.
And meanwhile, Edna's like, that's none of my business.
I may or may not be responsible for my partner's death. So
I mean, I did ask in chat if you have a fluffy murder husband robe, those really like dramatic sheer ones with like feathers on the sleeve, because that's all I can think of. It's oh no, officer, I have no idea what happened.
They do match her bunny slippers. And so yes, she does have that kind of widow robe.
Perfect.
No widow robe.
Love it.
And Ernestine, do you go by Ernie or Ernestine is the full name?
I think the people that aren't afraid of me would call me Ernie. Like, probably, like, Edna and Iris, since we're all in the same, like, club. But I feel like the neighborhood just calls me Witch Lady.
Okay.
But also Ernestine, you know, when they're in the grocery store or something. They're trying to be polite.
Perfect. We have such an eccentric book club here. I feel like as the kids run past Ernestine's house, they all run even faster. Like, it's that game where, you know, you hold your breath as you go past the cemetery. This is like, you have to run really fast past Ernestine's house, otherwise she might see you out the window. And you hear them, like, pick up their pace, and the feet hit the ground even faster with less clip in between the footfalls, as this gaggle of kids that has passed all of your houses at this point has reached the cul-de-sac, and conveniently all of their homes are in the cul-de-sac at the end of the street, and so they all disperse back into their own domiciles as the three of you with your lights on, keeping the candles burning here in this New England Brindlewood Bay evening, retire from your cozy activities, and again the title theme comes up on the screen in a gold filigree, Brindlewood Bay, Murder Mavens, as we begin our episode. So a bit of housekeeping, just for our chat's enjoyment. You all have items. Your inventory is full of cozy things related to you. If you could just really quick give me the 3 things that you have on your person that will give you a plus to your rolls, if you should so choose to use them. Difficult to say. Let's start with Iris. What do you have?
So I have a Kindle that my grandkids got me. My grandkids got me. I have no idea how to use it. And even though it has like 5,000 books on it, I use it as a bookmark for the one physical book that I carry around at any point in time. I also have a sewing kit, and I take along with me anywhere I go one cactus. One of the many that I have. They all have travel size pots that I could put them in. And each one of them has a name, so I just take them along with me. And at any point in time, I can produce a singular cactus.
And did you say your sewing kit?
Yes.
Okay.
And a sewing kit as well.
Missed that.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
The particular cactus that I have on me at this point in time is named River. It could be another cactus in the future, but this one is River.
Things you make your GM keep track of. All right. Cactus named River. Edna, what do you have?
So, Edna is actually carrying around her Catherby, or Furclulu, depending on how one would like to discuss it. Also carrying a very heavy oak walking stick, which is needed not only for walking, but also just in case of cooking, things like that. And she also has her very, very large knitting bag, which has probably 3 different unfinished projects sitting in it, and other knit and fiber related to try to sit in.
Perfect. And Ernestine, what do you have?
Ernestine always has her letter opener because it's sharp. And you never know when mail is important. She has her parrot with her, obviously, because parrots. And then she really leans into the whole fact that the neighborhood is kind of creeped out of her, so she carries an umbrella with her at all times, whether it's rain or sun, just in case. You know, just to play into it.
So you 3, with various items in tow, questionable fashion choices, and a lot of love for mysteries between the 3 of you. You are all part of a book club. That is your common bond, despite all of the uncommon things that keep you apart. It is your love of mysteries, and a particular mystery series, The Gold Crown Mysteries, by Robert Matterson, if anyone asks, featuring the globe-trotting super sleuth Amanda Delacourt. So in addition to basic moves and things that you can do to suss out mysteries, you have a once per game. You all need to decide if it's the thing you want to use it on. But your once per game is if you say, this reminds me of something Amanda Delacourt did in one of her books, you can then make that thing happen by telling us about the book with the title and all of the things that you remember from the book. It's kind of a deus ex machina, but you also have to tell us about the story. So keep that in mind. But Mavens, you normally gather at someone's house. Whose house do you think you normally have your book club at between the 3 of you?
I mean, oddly enough, I feel like it would probably be Ernie's house, if anything. You know, we know we're not going to be bothered, and we know how beautiful it is on the inside. We just might feel like maybe a little apprehensive of the parrot every now and then. Whether or not Ernie actually wants us there is a completely different story.
Ernie would love it because Ernie would go overboard, so there's always like a 7-course meal because it's the only time she gets to cook for anybody at any time, and despite how weird the outside of her house looks, that like she's a really good cook for some reason. Not quite sure.
These nights are treasured by the 3 of you. These times sitting at Ernie's dining room table with the mismatched dishware from various phases of her life, collected at various places, gifted by various people, but always with a good plate of food that you eat first so that you don't get any smudges on the beautiful pages of the Adventures of Amanda Delacourt, especially the vintage editions that you all have. That's a normal night, but tonight is not a normal night. Tonight you have been invited to an auction. It's an auction in town, in this humble town of Brindlewood Bay, at a place called Albertine's Antiques. It's a place where you can find odds and ends, rarities, and it's run by a pair of eccentric twins, Pierre and Pauline Albertine. They share an apartment right above the store. Small town. The storefronts are labeled with what they are: general store, barber shop. But the Albertine's Antiques is a hand-painted sign with a lot of intricate carving and colorful flourishes. And it's as eccentric as the twins themselves. This auction involves items from a recently deceased figure that you all know, Captain Solomon Hemwinkle, a Brindlewood Bay native. He spent the last few years as a recluse, and although you all have a reputation in town, he was, people point up to the hill and say, the captain lives up there. Haven't seen him in weeks, months. Someone should check on the captain. He was always fine until recently. Recently passed, his items, which he had been kind of hoarding away up there at his house on the hill, are now being auctioned and will be donated to the Brindlewood Bay Whaling Museum and Education Center. I think a few of you may have been docents there. A couple weekends, maybe a few field trips. I'm looking at you, Edna. The captain wanted these items donated, of course, in his will. Our mystery begins with you, Mavens, not in your traditional Friday night book club, but dressed to the nines, here for the auction. Give us a little taste. What is your finest auction night out on the town wear look like? Let's start with Ernestine. What are you wearing? Who are you wearing tonight, Ernestine?
Ernestine has come out in her very cottagecore outfit because she really likes it when the town has all of this buzz to talk about and to add to the flavor of it. So she's wearing this very cottagecore skirt that's a hunter earthy green, and then she has a kerchief in her hat, and the rest of the mavens are just why? I imagine she's just why would you do this to us? And she's very over the top because her parrot is obviously on her shoulder, and then she has her fancy cane umbrella with her as well, and her shawl.
Beautiful. Edna, who are you wearing to the auction?
I'm currently wearing a human being named Edna, but actually she's in sort of a plain but nice silk gown. Got buttons down the front, got 5 or 6 buttons, sort of dark purple, and she also has a silk scarf tied around with a cute little brooch that has some strange properties. If you look at it, it will let you see that there's actually a little kind of being depicted on the brooch.
A little being? Sorry, I missed that part.
Yes,
okay.
A tentacled being. And it is a silver brooch that she's wearing, and she's just sort of calmly leaning on her cane, but she does have her knitting bag with her in their piece of bed.
And Iris, what do you look like as you entered this antique store?
Sorry, I had briefly muted because for whatever reason my dog was deciding to bark. In this case, I think that Iris would be wearing a very long evening gown. The sleeves are very dramatic, very big bat wing sleeves sort of thing. With I think it would be a dark blue Yeah, like a deep blue, navy blue dress with some gold accents, but they're like weirdly spiky jewelry. So I mean, no one's gonna like go up and try to pet them or anything like that. You're like, people would probably look at it and think like, isn't that uncomfortable? It's not gonna like poke you at all. But it's just part of the aesthetic at this point.
As you three approach, you're greeted by one of the twins, Pierre, the brother. He's also wearing silks. He's in a silk dressing gown. He has his hair grayed at the temples and kind of dyed potentially like a very pale blonde color. It's slicked back and kind of poofed up like a little helmet. And he has very graceful movements, graceful wrists, and lots of flourishes and gestures. And he kind of glides up to you as the door creaks open. And as it does, you can hear the sound of a party almost going on in the background, the tinkle of glassware and the murmur of voices. And the light spills out onto the doorstep as the three of you approach. Pierre is there, as he always is, flanked by his sister, Pauline. She is a bit taller than him, and she has a more serious face. Her hair is the same color, grayed, but like dyed the same color, so it matches almost completely. They must go to the same barber across the street, barbershop. And her hair, instead of the helmet look, though, it's like parted directly in the middle and just kind of flops on the side, and then does a little like flip at the bottom. Instead of silks, though, she's wearing like a smart, crisp suit with plaid colors and like a big chunky collar. But the two of them have their elbows touching, and it seems like wherever one moves, the other one moves with. And they say in unison, "Welcome, mavens."
Thank you so much for having us this evening.
So glad you could come. The captain's items are fascinating.
Nice to see that you two haven't changed.
They look at each other briefly, and then they blink 3 times, and then they both turn and look back at you. Never better, never better. Do you know what you'll be bidding on?
Do you have any programs?
You see the two of them exchange a brief glance. Pierre is immediately ready to tell you all about the things that are inside. And with a kind of curt, Pauline reaches inside the pocket of her blazer and pulls out some of like the announcements for the night and whacks him on the wrist and says, "Don't bother the guests. Just give them the information. You just talk too much." "But it's the stories, though, Pauline. The stories are what's interesting."
Well, I do love a good story, that's for sure.
You would know, Ernestine, that Pierre will talk to anyone about anything, but in particular, he loves sharing stories about the items that come into his shop. And I think all of you would know that between the two of these folks, Pauline is the more sensible one, and Pierre is the one that like will take a like dirty penny on the ground because someone told him like a really touching story about it, and then he'll try to like sell it at the antique store because of the sentimental value. Pauline reaches over and hands you guys the paper. The door creaks open, and you have entry to the party inside this auction, which is a mix of like macabre taxidermy and like Brindlewood Bay's like finest. It's dusty chandeliers with dust falling into wine glasses. It's beautiful and also old as hell all at the same time. As the three of you walk in, because this is a game of cozy relationships, I'd also like, now that you know a little bit about Pierre and Pauline, if you could tell me which sibling do you like better as your character? Which one have you been more close with in your interactions with them?
I can tell you right now that Ernie loves to get Pierre going. Just because listening to him get as excited as he does about the things that he gets excited about is just fascinating. And B, Ernie knows that it kind of makes Pauline anxious because Pierre talks so much. So sometimes when Ernie's really bored, she'll go down to the antique shop and just like ask Pierre questions about the things that have come in.
Awesome. Yes, and Pierre has told you about some of his favorite pieces. And so you would know in particular, Ernestine, that there is going to be a piece auctioned off tonight that Pierre was told to not tell you about, but he did. And you know it's some kind of animal, like it once was an animal, it is no more, some kind of artwork. And you know that is like the showstopper. But you can't tell anyone because Pierre definitely wasn't supposed to tell you that.
Okay. I think that in that case, knowing that, Ernestine would kind of like look over at her parrot when they get into the room, and then the parrot just like flies off, and like so you don't really know if the parrot's looking for something or spying on people or whatever, but the parrot's off doing stuff.
For your parrot, does it repeat things that it hears?
Yes.
Okay. It would probably fly away going, "Soup's too hot! Soup's too hot!" from like your earlier dinner.
Yeah.
Who do you like better? Edna?
I think that Edna has a soft spot for both of them, but specifically Pierre because just that sort of attention-seeking child, and she remembers when the twins were young, and he would always just be so excited to talk about this new thing that he found and stuff. And so she remembers multiple times him just barging into our house and telling her about some new thing that had been found. So that relationship definitely has not changed. But Edna also knows that even though Pauline is more reserved, still does enjoy the company sometimes. And actually, she taught Pauline how to knit, and so that's sort of an unspoken bond between them.
I'm sorry, what was the unspoken bond for Pauline?
Oh, the fact that they both knit. Edna taught Pauline how to knit.
Awesome.
So that there's that silent activity.
You remember knitting with Pauline. You did teach her how to knit, but the quietness and the camaraderie that usually comes with that activity for you, Edna, Pauline was constantly stopping to look at her progress and saying, "Well, what can I sell this for, though? It's so small, and the time it's taking me to put into it, it's just clearly not going to be worth any profit. Edna, where's the profit?" That's the memory you have of knitting with Pauline.
Journey is the profit.
Ah, you sound like my brother.
That is true. That is very true.
Iris, who do you like better?
I feel bad, but I think I also like Pierre better. And I say that because Iris, I see the same sort of energy that Eleanor had in Pierre, that sort of happy, hyper, joyous in the little things sort of energy, and Iris doesn't feel pressured to carry the conversation if Pierre will carry the conversation for the both of them. So she never feels like I have to contribute or say things about myself or do anything. She can just sit and listen to Pierre, and not feel the pressure to have to socially engage. Whereas Pauline is very to the point, straightforward, and even though she does prefer Pierre's presence and company, she appreciates that when Eleanor passed, Pauline was the industrious one, helped her plan the funeral, helped her get things together. She was by the book, arranging things in a capacity that Iris didn't have at the time to do. So Pierre is the person she wants to have tea with. Pauline is who she calls in a distressing situation.
And Pauline is often in distressing situations for that reason. And you know from the twitch of her eyebrow when she's really getting stressed about something, because she is often the one that's called upon when things need her type of presence. And it's one of these moments now as you see her eyebrow kind of like going off like a little meter, as some of the guests have spilled a glass of white wine on one of the auction items and dampened one of the corners. And Pauline rushes away to go attend to it, leaving you with Pierre standing awkwardly. Well, Mavens, tonight is a big night. As you know, the captain has many things to share with the world of Brindlewood Bay here that he's kept squirreled away up there in that musty old house. And you see him you hear him lower his voice as someone walks by, a woman wearing blood red lipstick with her hair all in curls. And when he mentions the musty old house, she turns sharply to look at him and then clicks by with her heels. And he says, of course, lots of guests here tonight. Some new faces in town. Mavens, I know you like to meddle, but please, be on your best behavior. We're really just trying to raise profits for the whaling museum as the captain wished. It was his last wish. So please, don't upset the guests. Pauline she just can't handle it tonight. No questions, okay? No questions.
Ernie leans into Iris and is like, are we upsetting?
Perhaps?
Jing. And then just kind of like wanders off.
Okay, so we've got Ernestine wandering off with the knowledge of her own meddlesome nature. Iris and Edna, what do you do as Pierre begs you not to meddle with the guests?
When I look into the pamphlet, what do I see? Are there any particular items that stand out to me?
Oh my goodness, yes. I would say I will turn this over to you. What do you think could have been hoarded away in a old ship captain's hermit hut after 80 years of sailing the seas from his humble home in Brindlewood Bay?
I think that what would catch her eye would be one of those like very like almost like pocket telescopes.
Oh yeah,
I'm using
like
the right
like a
word.
spyglass.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like the very like small ones that you know, I guess whoever's in the crow's nest of the ship.
Did we get into nautical territory?
I'm trying to remember what words are. But one of those, it's very even though it's clearly very aged. And bronze, it has some intricate like carvings on the side of it, and she just thinks it looks neat. So I think I would point at it and ask Pierre, what can you tell me about this? And realize that she'll be at least standing there for a good 15 minutes.
Oh, it's delightful. You know, he himself, the captain, had this squirreled away underneath the floorboards, and it was in a box, which was in another box, and clearly there's a story here. So I asked his daughter what could possibly be the value of such an item, and she said, Pierre, stop talking to me. And I said, but I must know. And so I talked to his great niece, his brother, his neighbor, who swears that, and he proceeds to tell you some bullshit story that was like clearly made up by this kid who just wanted Pierre to stop talking to him. Like it involved, like half of it involves just like the kid like took a hiatus and is like, and then he was like, I'll be right back. I have to go get a soda. My throat's drying out. And that, I think, is part of the rich history of the item itself. Don't you think?
Iris just gives like a curt nod. Turns to Edna. I'm assuming Edna's still standing here. I don't know if you're still standing here with me, Edna. But turns to Edna and says, "I'm going to go find a drink," and then walks away.
That does seem like the smart thing right now.
As you all seek shelter from Pierre or a beverage to calm your nerves after an encounter with him, you hear kind of the clinking of glass as Pauline is looking to get everyone's attention. "The auction will begin," she says, and her hair kind of bounces up with a little spring in her step. She seems to have sorted out the issue with the wine, and you hear just like a dull murmur in the crowd as the voices drop to a whisper, and everyone is waiting with anticipation for the items to come onto the stage and be presented, and people have their little paddles, and you see some people quivering in excitement, and like a few people pop up with the paddle right away before anything's even up for auction, and like their friends are kind of like, no, not yet. And it's clear Brindlewood Bay does not have like a level of sophistication with these types of events. This is very new for everyone in town. However, there are items up for bid. We've got one from Iris already. What action items call to you, Edna and Ernestine, as you see them presented onto the stage? Keep in mind, these items would have had to be excavated from some layers of dust, barnacles sometimes. A few of them were covered in postage stamps, weirdly enough, but everything has been cleaned and made presentable for the auction.
I think what I will end up being most interested in is a collection of carvings into whalebone and teeth depicting these strange scenes that may or may not have happened at sea. But if you look at them, you see like these ships, the sailors, possibly fighting some sort of sea monsters, maybe. But each of these have been intricately carved, but they're all carved in the same style and look to be signed by the captain himself. So it's a collection that he made. That's interesting.
That's awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of... It appears he was some kind of an artist. Although, Edna, when you see these items one by one, they're interesting and intricate and beautiful. But you get a little shiver down your spine when you see them all arranged in a row, in a pattern. And for a minute, you feel cold and your hands feel clammy as you see them kind of aligned in that way. And then you kind of blink and shake your head and shake off the feeling. But for a moment, there was something almost ominous about these items. And then there they are again, beautiful once more.
I think Ernie would be more interested in seeing what everybody else is interested in and kind of observing, because one of the things she's really fascinated about is how everyone handles things after people die, and like this person was a very like prominent person in town, and so it's very interesting to her to see everybody like auctioning off his items now that he's gone, and kind of like, so she's like less interested in like the auction and more interested in like the information she gets from the auction, if that makes sense.
Okay. Give me a meddling move roll then.
Okay, what do I roll?
That's a very
Like-
good question.
Like, what dice do I roll?
2d6.
And then, like, what do I do with it?
Let me see. Don't know why my notes don't say. Do y'all have your character sheets pulled up?
I do.
Yeah.
So some of these roles require you to pick a stat, but I'm not sure if meddling specifies which stat to use.
I do.
I believe that the keeper does tell.
For each one, yeah?
I've got the rules. It says when you
I
search
have it
for
immediately right here.
or gather information. You describe what you're doing with an appropriate ability. When you find a clue, the keeper tells you what the clue is.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Can someone do me a favor and pop their character sheet back over to me in chat, just so I can have your stats up then? Bad keeper, bad. But for this role, I would say use a social stat, because you're kind of like buzzing about the room, leaning in, kind of seeing what people are up to.
So I have a 1 in composure, 1 in reason, and 1 in sensitivity. And then I also have like presence and vitality for abilities. Like
use your presence.
Presence, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I rolled a 5 and a 5.
Okay, and do you have a 1?
I have a 0 in presence.
Oh, okay, so it's a 10?
It's fine, yeah, it's a 10.
All right, so on a 10, that's a hit. So you will find a clue. Now you don't know what the mystery is yet, so this is very interesting. But as you're looking around, you're not really interested, as you said, in the actual auction items. You're more interested in finding out what people are drawn to, right? And so, is that correct, Ernestine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I was nodding.
No worries. So as you're looking around, you see the woman with the bright red lipstick. She is in a red dress. She has her arms crossed across her chest. She's tapping her foot, and she's looking at these items as though she's seen them all before. Like, she's not even, like, everyone else is like leaning in. Some people put their little opera glasses up to their eyes and murmur and kind of like take notes to themselves. But she is just nonplussed, has seen all of this and then some. And you do see, though, in the corner of her eye, there are some tears welling up and dripping down her face, and she's like hurriedly wiping them away, just kind of surreptitiously, so that you can't see that she's crying, and then looking at the things with the same impassive look. That's the clue that you get as you look around. So you can go ahead and mark that as a clue. Crying woman who knows what these items are. And you will need to keep track of your clues list, because every clue that you can incorporate into your theory at the end will give you a plus to offset some of the minuses from the difficulty level of the mystery. So you're not going to bid on anything, right, Ernestine?
No, Ernestine doesn't feel the need to bid on dead man's things.
As Ernestine is kind of expressing this, you hear a small sniff from someone next to you, and you look, and it's Lee Landsberg, who is a tall, lanky woman who has kind of a nervous laugh. She has really big glasses that are just like 3 times the size of her face, with like a little wire frame in the middle. She's younger than you. She's like in her 50s, 60s maybe. But she's back in school. That's the big thing about Lee. She has started taking classes again at the Brindlewood Bay Community College. And that's how she ended up here at Albertine's. She's now taking some art history classes on the side. And this is like her 3rd career path here in Brindlewood Bay. She's like the woman that's done everything. Like, you saw her previously like at an archaeology dig, and that was her thing. Like, all of the strange careers that one could have in this small town, Lee has had them. And she kind of sniffs and is like, oh, antiques. I feel like the only person that really cares about antiques is Pierre. It's just so beautiful to watch him work, don't you think?
That's a word you could use to describe it. Sure. Yeah.
Should I use a different word?
No.
Lovely. Magical.
Yeah.
Riveting. My soul shakes.
Have you ever thought about transitioning to be a poet, Lee? Maybe that might be a good next career move for you.
I have. They don't offer the classes until the spring semester, so I'm really focused on this for now.
Well, But like, do you know? I mean, you've done a lot of things, right? Do you know anything about any of these things? Do you hang out with Pierre a lot? Is that like a thing you do?
Oh, I mean, of course. I mean, he's mostly with his sister, but when they are not together for the brief moment when one of them needs to use the restroom and the other one stands outside the door and like waits, that's when I usually talk to him. But other than that, they're usually together.
That's true. Did he tell you about any of the items that are going to be at the auction when you were chatting?
Yes, but I'm not supposed to tell. Did he tell you? And are you not supposed to tell? Her glasses glint. And
well,
do that.
Then that would be telling, wouldn't it, Lee?
She does her nervous laugh. In that moment, you hear the auction begin. Mavens, do you want to bid on any of these items?
I definitely want to bid on the little brass spyglass.
Okay. How much are you willing to pay for it, Iris?
Do I know what the reserve amount is?
So many technical questions. Yes, you do. Actually, give me a night roll. Or no, we'll do a day roll on this because the stakes aren't that high for this. Give me a day roll.
What do I use?
So when you do something risky, name what you're afraid will happen if you fail or lose your nerve and roll with an appropriate ability.
Okay. So if I fail or lose my nerve.
As around you, to your question of, do I know what the reserve is? You hit the reserve. You hit like that number. Let's say it's, I don't know. What's a lot of money for Iris? How many cactuses is this worth for her?
A lot of money for Iris for like a spyglass is like $600.
Okay, so you hear 600. You hear a gruff voice to your left, 600, and the paddle goes up. And you really want this, and you're about to lose your nerve. Go ahead and give me that roll with whatever stat you think is going to help you.
I have a 1 in composure and reason, and I don't think either of those are going to help her. Like, I don't think she has either of
What are
those
you
right
afraid
now.
of that will happen if you... Are you most afraid that you won't get the item, or that you'll overbid?
I think she's afraid of FOMO. She's afraid that she won't get it, and she's going to deeply regret it after it's already said and done.
So roll probably with your composure, I would say.
Okay. I got an 8. 7 plus 1.
Okay. So that is still a hit.
Mm-hmm.
And on your hit, you can, okay, so this will be our first like scenario where it happens, and then you get to decide if you want to go through with it or if you want to kind of back down. So if you're afraid that you're going to miss out on this item and that you're like not going to follow through. So what would happen is Edna and Ernestine, you see Iris have this look of, normally Iris can be a little bit disconnected from the world around her, and that's something that she's been struggling with. And so when Iris engages, I mean, you've seen her like get real jazzed about these Amanda Delacour books. Like, she's really involved in the literature that you guys talk about. She's really involved in her cactuses. And for whatever reason, she's like really jazzed about this spyglass. And you guys can see this because you know her expressions well. She has that look of like, something beautiful in the world. And in a flash in a moment, Iris, you see your enemy in town step up and say clearly and calmly, it is a woman who, oh gosh, I feel like
Oh, I know who. I think I know who it would be.
Okay, tell me, because I'm like, does she love or hate cactuses?
I'm going
tell
to
me
say
your
that
frenemy.
My frenemy. Oh god, I'm dead. Okay, I think this goes all the way back to when she was younger, like in her like
who, Iris?
years. Iris, yes. And her and Eleanor were still like in that like will they won't they stage, This was a romantic rival.
Oh my god, yes.
What do I want to call her? Lauren.
Okay,
Her name
that
is
checks
Lauren.
out.
Romantic rival who always seemed to be wanting to outdo Iris. If Iris said anything, she would try to say it louder.
Perfect.
That was the sort of person that she was. And
so she does. So that answers my question. Lauren
yes,
actually has become a bit of an entrepreneur lately, and actually has started to sell cactuses in town. Not only grow them, sell them. Makes a living on it. People pay her for her cactuses. Talk about how nice they are. And this has come back to you, that people are starting to give out Lauren's cactuses as Christmas gifts.
I know that they're poorly produced and poorly grown in a terrible warehouse on the edge of town.
In a flash,
It makes me irate.
you see Lauren step forward calmly, as if nothing could, she's got extra money from her cactus business coming in, and says, $900. And in that moment, you see them handing the spyglass over to her with like her hands cupped like this. And it is not yours. Do you proceed?
Is it like a going once, going twice situation? I'm not sure what's happening. If they're actually handing
that's her last bid. Like that's like the final bid.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So can I legally interject?
So this is me telling you how your actions, if you don't up your ante and basically invest your life savings, will leave you vulnerable. You can choose to give away all your money for this game, or that's the fate that befalls you.
I think Iris is going to do it. Iris is going to move forward with it because it's a level of petty that she reserves only for Lauren. I think in general, Iris is a generally gracious person, and that's how she got to be so close to like the kids in the neighborhood and things like that. And Eleanor was the sunshine in her life that kept her like grounded. But Eleanor's not there to prevent Iris from being petty and feral. So she's gonna do it.
All right. Go ahead and describe the scene. It's like in, what is that game? Oh, Phoenix Wright, where it's like, objection! It's like that freeze frame where you're like, your paddle goes up and you're like, bah! Tell me your bid and describe that moment as you win the spyglass.
What did she say, $900?
Yeah. In that brief moment that you thought that was your fate.
I'm gonna raise I don't know what I have, a paddle. That's what I have.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Iris doesn't know really how these things go.
It's Brindlewood Bay, so they're actual
like,
they're actual oars. Like they shaved them down for this event.
She's not sure like how auctions are actually supposed to go. So
neither does your GM.
She just waves it frantically in the air, and she was like, +10, +20, 920, and just thinks that's how it's supposed to go. And hopes
sold, says Pauline. And the spyglass is yours, Iris. But you have no more money for the rest of the game.
Wait, can I look at Lauren?
Yeah.
Can we have like a moment? I'm gonna look at Lauren and be like, I spy, and like walk, just glide away.
And then Ernie's just gonna give her like the stink eye, just as like backup.
Lauren looks from Iris to Ernie and back again, like not finding a friendly face there. Turns quickly to Edna, but like almost accidentally, like whirls around, and Edna's like right there, and sees the tentacle brooch. And do you have the Furby with you as well, Edna?
It's in my knitting bag, but I do have it.
I would love it just like Edna's holding it and just like whips its like head around to stare at Lauren.
Actually, I probably would have had it just like right behind her head, so if she turned around, it's literally like when you're standing, just breathing down the neck.
Lauren's eyes meet the eyes of an eldritch Furby as they search the crowd frantically for kindness, and instead find a deep, dark depth staring back at her. And she gives a little shudder and jolt. and looks at you, Edna, and says, well, I don't need this kind of treatment.
Well, then I would suggest leaving, because it's the kind of treatment that you're going to get.
I'm not leaving before the final auction.
Do you need some ice for that burn?
That's a joke. That's a joke, right?
Yeah.
You can take it
Iris
as a
doesn't
joke.
say much, just does pointed looks. And the fact that Iris isn't saying anything, but that one gesture is just... that it's cold from Iris's part, for sure.
She also doesn't say anything to you, Iris, and just kind of walks away grumbling about how estate auction houses are no places for jokes and eldritch beings. Blah, 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 stomps away.
Well, if it's no place for an eldritch horror, good thing you're leaving.
Was that another joke? Gosh, have some respect. Stomp, stomp, stomp.
Can we make her slightly worse and say she's the head of, like, the HOA? Like, I see that in, like, her personality.
Yeah. She's the head of the Brindlewood Bay HOA, and she's the reason that no one can have colorful mailboxes or have shutters on their windows because it bangs around at night with the wind and keeps her up. So everything is kind of tailored to Lauren's perspective.
Which means the house is tailored to exactly what the rules are, like right there. Like my flowers are exactly 5 inches tall because that's like what the maximum is allowed to be or whatever, you know? Like, so yeah, there's a whole pettiness level. I'll mess with anybody in my book club.
As the book club is experiencing the auction, as it was meant to be experienced, front row, frenemy bidding, you hear Pierre announce, everyone, thank you for bidding on all the items. I believe the spyglass was our last. Oh, just kidding. You'll never guess what item we're bringing out next. It's the secret one. It's a secret one I told you about, Ernestine. And I told you, I didn't know. Wait, I didn't, He turns off the mic quickly. Has that moment where he's like, did I just say that? Turns the mic back on. I didn't tell anyone about the item. It was merely hints. The item is still secret, and my sister will be bringing it out shortly. Please, everyone, another glass of wine, some cheese. Pauline will be back any moment now for the wonderful item that I didn't tell anyone about. Clicks off the mic, walks off the stage. 5 minutes go by. 10 minutes go by. Pauline does not return to the showroom. Mavens, what do you do?
And do I have the spyglass in hand?
You do. You can actually add it to your inventory as an extra item.
Okay. Can I use it? Would it help in any way? And would I, like, to see if I can perceive anything?
Yes. And as I say that, Edna, I'd also like you to add a weird eldritch knife set? Carved knives? Was that what he carved?
No, they were just carved
whale
pieces
bone?
of bone. Yeah.
Oh, even better.
I mean, it could be a weapon.
Add a set of pointy whale bones carved by a dead sea captain to your inventory, please. Weirdly enough, no one else wanted to bid on those.
Their loss.
Strange.
Iris gives, like, Edna, like, a sly high five because, like, nice steal. Like,
Although I will say you did have to talk to Pierre for like 20 solid minutes about them. So.
Did I get any information actually about them, though?
You got plenty of
Relevant
stories. You got plenty of stories. Whether they're true or not is really hard to suss out. The captain was a very reclusive figure as well. So you get the sense that Pierre, while his most convincing story could make sense, it's not sure. For you, perhaps the one you believed the most was he got them from a long, long ago voyage to a distant land. Tails. 30 minutes go by. Pauline does not return. Pierre is visibly upset. You see him kind of shuffling around. He looks aimless.
No, it didn't. Someone took mine.
He looks like he is just like missing his other half.
Ernie is going to. Do I notice Pierre's distress? Are we like focused in on that? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because Ernie's probably gonna like look up in the corner because my parrot Georgie's up in the corner somewhere, maybe spying on people. We don't know, and kind of like nod at the parrot, and then go over to, like, kind of like elbow Edna and Iris, and then like kind of like head nod over to Pierre and start walking over there and being like, "Hey, where's the quiet one?"
Who's that?
Your sister.
My sister, not quiet. She's so special. She's just her words cannot possibly convey the smartness that is within. You know, like I do the talking for us, yes, but quiet, no. So much depth there. So much depth. Pauline?
Yeah. Where? I mean, I figured your fancy thing that I know nothing about. I know nothing about this fancy thing. You look a little distressed. So I'm saying, do you want some help?
Oh, I said I wouldn't let you meddle, but I kind of need you to meddle. Pauline's the one that handles these situations, and she's not here. How am I supposed to handle it if she's not here? And the situation is that she's not here. Could you Maven's help?
Everyone accuse us of meddling.
You just ask a lot of questions. And you think everyone is up to something.
I mean, they usually are, so it's not like we're wrong.
I mean, okay, so the sheriff has admitted that you've helped solve 7 murders in town. But still, sometimes people just want to get their groceries, you know, Edna?
Yes, but sometimes they don't.
Let's just look at it this way, you know, kind of like your sister has depth, as you call it. We're just very observant, folks. That's all. We're just very observant. We like to share the things that we observe. Anyway, now is not the time. Where was this secretive, non-known to me item being stored, so we can go maybe not meddle, as you say, you know, with the helping thing.
All right, but don't tell anyone that I told you. I'll stay here and keep everyone calm. And if you Mavens can just please go check on things for me and please come back right away and tell me, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. And you kind of have that little huddle where it's like the camera's above you all and you see these gray-haired, or in some cases red-haired or blonde-haired old ladies putting their heads together with this very coiffed, slick-back hair of Pierre, and you're in a little circle. And it could actually be from Georgie the parrot's view, as like Georgie is circling above all of you, kind of like fluttering around with like some feathers drifting down. As Pierre mentions, it's in the side office, not my office and not my sister's office. They're the ones that are joined together by that little Jack and Jill bathroom. Not those. To the side office. It's a very special item, Mavens. It's called the Elder Wing. And it is a taxidermied moth in a frame made out of antique wood. He's waiting for, like, your gasp. I know. Do you know how much this piece appraised for?
Please tell us, Pierre, because you have never told me before, and I have no
$3,000.
Yes.
We're hoping for double.
That's amazing. So happy for you. So happy.
Iris is just really jazzed about her spyglass and kind of is like, cool, a bug. Like, doesn't say anything, but is kind of like...
How much do you think Edna ended up paying for the carved bone set?
If no one else was interested, I'd say probably around $200, $300.
Whatever the reserve was, basically, right? Because that's how that works.
Yeah, that's how that works in this completely
It's for
normal
charity,
activity
it's
that I completely know what it is. Yeah, so Pierre kind of looks at the set that you have there, Edna, and he's like, it's even more beautiful than this. I have so many stories to tell you about it when you get back. Please, go, go, go. Go get my sister, and I'll be here.
I'm gonna again look over at my parrot and like just and then continue on.
Do you want Georgie to come with you or stay there?
No, I want Georgie to stay there.
Okay. Georgie...
You can direct us in like a specific direction?
The parrot?
No, like, did he direct us into like a specific
Oh,
direction?
it's a small shop. So when you kind of exit this main gallery area, it's like a tiny hallway. If you guys are headed down that way, you'll see that there are, as he mentioned, 2 offices that are adjoined, and they have their names written above the doors, Pauline and Pierre, but they're both in Pierre's handwriting. And there's a small side office, and you notice the door is ajar. What do you do?
I think I will use my walking stick to slowly open the door. I don't want to actually touch the doorknob or anything, just for aesthetic and paranoia's sake. I'm just going to use it to at least try and get some light in there, see what's going on, if anything.
Absolutely.
Like, of course, it creaks when you try to open it, sort of thing.
Of course. The creak is a sound effect that was borrowed from the creak from the intro scene with the rocking chair, but it was just like drawn out and amplified. They didn't have the budget for a new one, so they just kind of like remixed it. So it's to careful viewers of the show. It's very familiar. Go ahead and give me a night roll, Edna. And go ahead and add a +1 because you're using your walking stick.
That is a 10.
Ooh. And what stat did you roll with? I'm still tripping on my stats here.
So I didn't add anything, so...
I think maybe you could roll with your reason because you're like being very careful about this potentially being a problem and you don't want to like just barrel in.
Okay.
If that sounds right to you.
I think so, yeah. So then that'd be 11.
An 11?
Nice.
Awesome. So with an 11 on your night roll, when you do something risky or face fear, name what you're afraid will happen if you fail or lose your nerve. Edna, as you are in this dark hallway, which for whatever reason has one like swinging light bulb above head, and with the creaking of the door and the of the light bulb above, like all of a sudden you remember that chill you got when you looked at the whalebone set, like just that weird like alignment of all of these carved figurines for whatever reason like seemed strange, eerie to you. And the chill comes back and you have another shiver, and you feel the comfort of the eldritch tentacled Furby doll in your bag. In this moment, what are you afraid of that could be behind this door? What are you afraid of might happen?
I'm afraid that Pauline has been brutally murdered and that the murderer is still there.
Fair.
As you have rolled a success, you do what you intend to do and you hold steady. This fear flits through your mind. You picture Pauline, just life, no more, you picture for a moment Pierre without her, and you picture a hooded figure behind the door. And with a flick of the walking stick, you open the door a little too quickly, like when you turn on the lights and it's dark and you thought you saw something. It's that quick motion of, I just want to get it over with. The door creaks open, and you see on the ground a moth painting, or not painting, what is that? Like pinned. It's a literal moth. Big, huge wings, like lots of shapes and colors on them. Behind glass, in a wooden frame that looks very rustic. Like, it's like jagged. It's so rustic. And the light in there is on as well, swinging. There's like some kind of breeze blowing through this place. And you don't see Pauline, and you breathe a sigh of relief. What do you do?
I'm going to call out for Pauline. I believe you're expected. Are you here at all?
No response. What do you do, Mavens?
Is there anything else that seems like displaced in the room? Does it look like anything was like, I don't know, thrown about or remiss? Is that the term?
Yeah. Roll me a meddling move and use. It says use the skill currently in action, so you're looking around. Look at me reading things. I think that would be maybe reason, because you're kind of assessing visually the situation.
Okay.
I'm very open to pushback, obviously, on these stats.
7. 6 + 1.
Okay, that's still a success. It's a hit. So as you look around, there's a complication that you encounter while searching. What in particular are you looking to see as remiss in this room? Like what type of shenanigans are you looking for?
Like any distinct drawers that are thrown open when normally you know, all the drawers in a desk would be closed, or keys on the ground and phone on the ground sort of thing, where it's like, it's not necessarily indicative of like a struggle or anything like that. It just seems odd and out of place.
So it's weird. The room is almost too perfect. Like, that's the weird thing that you notice as you look around. There's nothing out of place. Everything is like, it's almost like it was swept. Like, it's just such a pristine environment. And then you're like, okay, well, Pauline works here. Makes sense. You try all the drawers. You see if they're locked, unlocked. The last drawer you try, it's like open but stuck. And as you're pulling on it, the complication is you can't open the drawer to see what's inside. However, this clue of what has happened here reveals that the reason it's stuck is because someone's shoe is wedged into kind of where the drawer meets the desk. Like, it was trying to stop the drawer from being opened, potentially. Like, just a quick, like a door being closed, like a gesture. And the shoe is still attached to a foot, and the foot is still attached to a leg, and the leg is attached to a torso, a whole body. Here lies Pauline on the ground of the office, crumpled in the corner, underneath beautifully folded silks and scrolls that had tumbled off a shelf above. She is no more. Your fear, Edna, has come to pass. Pauline has expired. And Mavens, what are your thoughts as you stumble upon this murder?
Not it, I'm telling Pierre.
Are we? Oh, that's a thing. That's a thing we're doing. Oh no.
Who lost the nose game?
I don't know, but it wasn't me. So.
I have no idea.
It's okay, I have a solution. I'll just tell Georgie. Georgie can tell Pierre.
Oh no.
I think that would be worse. I think one of us could tell him, one of us should call the sheriff, and one of us should stand in front of the door so no one else interrupts the scene.
I'll call the
Those
sheriff.
are all better ideas than what I had. Thank you, Edna.
Iris is like very distressed at having found the body with her investigation or her meddling, and just wants to immediately remove herself from the situation and like go outside of the side office door and call the sheriff. On the cell phone that is clearly a smartphone, but she only knows how to use like 2 functions on it. That's all. That's it. She just knows that if she holds the button down, it goes to the emergency screen that tells you can call 911, and that's pretty much all she's got to offer.
She's been waiting for a moment for this, for this functionality of this phone.
She just normally waits for everyone to call her because she doesn't know how to call anybody else. So, I mean, it's that or 911.
I don't know. In Brindlewood Bay, I would almost wager that like to call out, basically Iris calls through 911. Like they have Iris's number flagged because she calls 911 so much. So like actually Iris, what happens when you call is like they answer like the operator and they're like, who do you want to talk to, Iris? Who is it? Who are you calling?
I need to talk to Sheriff Boone right away.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if we have any dispatchers available.
It's like an actual emergency. It's not that I need to talk to anyone. It's like someone's dying. No, someone's dead.
Wait,
actively dead.
Are you actually calling 911?
I'm actually calling 911. Beatrice, please, okay? I actually need help now.
Holy moly! Holy cats! Iris is calling 911! You hear her kind of yelling to other people in the room. It's
I know all of their names and they know me.
It's the slowest 911 response ever, like even for Brindlewood Bay. But as this scene unfolds, there is we'll kind of like fast forward in our telling of what transpires after you find Pauline's body. But the police do arrive, the sheriff, the paramedics. They attempt to save Pauline's life, but Pauline's life is already lost. The rest of the auction is canceled. The proceeds quickly shuttled away to Pierre's office. And this piece, this mysterious moth picture, artwork, piece of art, is also shuttled away from the scene of the crime. Mavens, you are kept for questioning by Sheriff Hold, who knows you quite well, and says something along the lines of like, well, Maven, see you again at the scene of the crime. It's kind of a rumor that you're the one causing all these murders, even though you've solved a few, but it's pretty odd, you must admit, he says, looking like dead in the eye of like Ernestine and Edna as Iris is like on the phone trying to wrap things up with the 911 dispatcher.
I'm trying to like determine like a special word. It's like if I say this the second I'm on the phone, it means it's an actual emergency. Like we're trying to define
like a safe word, like a 911 safe word,
like a 911 safe word. So it's like, okay, I'm not just calling because I need more fertilizer from like the shop and I don't know their phone number. I mean like I actually need assistance.
What's your 911 safe word? The things we say in RPGs, right?
My 911 safe word.
We'll come back to you.
Squirrel.
Swirl?
Squirrel.
Squirrel. So as you hear Iris say, squirrel, to the dispatcher in training, Ernestine and Edna, Sheriff Hold is looking at you, shaking his head. Another murder, ladies.
Well, we wouldn't want to not live up to our reputation of meddling that we apparently have in this town. Now, would we, Sheriff? That would just be unexpected.
Well, you know I don't consider you total meddlers. I mean, you have helped us out. It's just a little odd, that's all I'm saying.
Does this mean you can tell Pierre that his sister is dead?
That's my job.
Okay, good. Because I did not
Your job is to not get involved in this unless... And Sheriff Holt kind of lowers his voice and looks around at the people investigating, dusting for fingerprints, doing the level of CSI work that is, like, not great here in Brindlewood Bay. And he kind of lowers his voice and he's like, unless you ladies want to do me another solid, because I don't know if you noticed, but, like, we've been, like, in the newspapers since we solved that last one. The case of the melting icicle. I didn't even think it could have been an icicle. And it was an icicle. Who even thinks of that stuff? Listen, you guys read a lot. My wife says I should read more, but who has time for reading when you have football? So if you could just, like, give me some leads, you know what I'm saying? I'll let you meddle.
I'd say we have a deal. What do you think, Edna?
I think that sounds fine. Though I'm not sure if we want to be like official liaison, because I mean people do seem to be apprehensive when talking to cops. Not us, because we do it so often. But people are more likely to talk to lovely little old ladies that happen to be around. So
Or the scary ones.
Oh, absolutely. Here with the aesthetic. But I definitely think that if you could give us as much information as you're able to glean from this scene, that would be helpful.
Oh, yeah, no, totally. I'm gonna totally look at this. Totally gonna look at this and, just assess. And he, like, leans back. He's, like, his shirt's riding up. It's, like, not an ill-fitting uniform. He's got, like, stubble, hasn't shaved today. He's got a little bit of dinner left in his like, scruff. He scratches the back of his head. Yeah, gonna just do the investigation piece. Yeah, I'm doing, that's my job. It's my job. But about the meddling, I feel like there's some really critical evidence that comes out of, you know, the questions you ask, the way you put one idea and then you make it go to the other. What is that called?
Critical thinking skills.
Bingo. I know you ladies like bingo. How about this? Free bingo game on me. All the meddling you want. Don't say I never did nothing for you.
I feel very targeted by the patriarchy.
So generous of you, Sheriff. How could we ever repay you for a free night of bingo?
Yeah. Don't think nothing of it. Just
Definitely gonna put food in the bellies at our next book club, that's for sure.
Well, I'll leave you ladies to it. And he kind of, like, raises his voice again and he's like, and stay away from the crime scene, for the benefit of all of his folks that are there. And then lowers his voice and he says, I'll see you at the usual place.
Of course, officer. We wouldn't dream of causing trouble.
Can I get a freeze frame of what you all look like after Edna says that for, like, the cut to commercial scene? Wouldn't dream of causing trouble. What's the, like, Charlie's Angels vibe?
I feel like Ernie would kind of strike a pose, but, like, with her umbrella. Like, very, like, hands in front of her umbrella. You know what I mean? Like, both hands in front of her holding the umbrella while it's, like, standing, like, as if she's gonna tap dance with it or something.
Uh-huh.
That's what I got.
How about Edna? Who wouldn't dream of causing trouble? Perfect. How about Iris?
Iris always feels talked down to by the sheriff, so she, like, while he has his back turned, she just, like, sticks her tongue out at him for being a weird jerk face.
Perfect. As the three mavens are in a freeze frame here, in the background you just see Pauline's hand flopped over from behind the desk, And you hear in the background, as the news is revealed to him, a loud, piercing shriek of Pierre as his heart breaks and he screams for the death of his sister. As we cut to commercial, and we're going to come back and have someone describe the commercial that we see, which you can use to benefit on a future roll. So we're going to go to a real break here on stream. But for our players, I'd like you to think of, let's see. I'd like you to collectively build me a commercial for, what's like a really like cheesy, like, you're having a fire sale.
Those like dining, like those like pan and knife sets where it's like, if you call now, get one for free. Like it's like very ShamWow type commercial.
Give me an infomercial about an item that conceivably your characters might want to purchase. Like if you saw it on TV. And it's going to be like a little improv sketch. Like you can all build it together, but it's going to be like, what is this commercial? What are you selling? What do we see? And if the chat likes it enough, you'll get to have an auto success on your next future role for the game. And you're going to be investigating. So that's a good thing. But we're going to take a quick break here so the Mavens can refresh. Thank you all for watching. If you haven't entered our giveaway, I will put the details in chat. We're having a giveaway of a beautifully crocheted item. Actually, can everyone show off their crocheted stuff before we head to break? Beautiful, beautiful. Amazing. God, you guys are so talented. So we're giving away, as always, Tech's item, which is, I almost said Morticia, Iris's cactus. Although all of these beautiful items, we will discuss the creation of them at the end of our game for our talk series. And we're having a giveaway also of Brindlewood Bay's updated rule sets. So I don't even know if they've released it yet, but they're giving away 5 entries for that. So if you haven't gotten your ticket yet, you can you can type !enter or a ticket to enter our giveaway. Everybody gets one. So thanks for hanging out. We'll be back with more Brindlewood Bay after this. Hello and welcome back to StoryCrafters, the collaboration with Detect Magic down here, where we bring the world of TTRPGs and crafts together because creatives need to create. And we are here playing Brindlewood Bay with our old lady, Murder Mavens. And we have just cut away to commercial with the dramatic pose of the Mavens and the recently uncovered murder of Pauline. Even I don't know who did it, and I'm the GM. It's a very interesting game. Our Mavens must collect clues to find out who is the murderer. And before that, as in any sitcom, we cut away to commercial right when things are getting good. And our Mavens are here to present that commercial to you. So may I present the infomercial of whatever this is going to be. Take it away.
Gosh.
Don't you just hate it when this happens to you?
What do we see?
The encyclopedic collection of every Amanda Delacourt novel in one compendium.
Hardcover.
Hardcover. And when you look at the hardcovers, they like all connect together to make like one scene. We have like a very like big, almost like 80s hair, long sparkly dress, like just lady just like showing off all of the books, holding them and doing like the hand modeling hand modeling movements that are done on infomercials.
As the camera is rotating around and like the $9.99 comes up in the corner, like per month, and then all like the very small type that teaches you're actually gonna be paying $400 for this by the end, but we're just gonna ignore that part for right now. And
if you act within the next 10 minutes, you too can get a signed copy of the first, like, Amanda Delacourt book, the first one in the series.
Yeah, what's it called?
It just shows it. The Riveting Riveter.
Ooh. That's good.
This is the only one with, like, gilded text on it. That sort of thing. Very like, spiky speech bubble thing that has like the price just flashing. That's then that 1-800 number at the bottom.
I was gonna say, and then it switches. Remember it was like the blue screen, and then it had like the corner picture-in-picture with like the item, and then it would have like the credit cards, and then like mail check your address, and then
all
like
the titles.
Yeah, and then it just. Yeah.
This is a core memory. This is like a Nick at Night core memory.
Which is great because I was thinking like I always wanted to order one of those like CD club, like 99 cents for the rest of your life. And get
maybe that's what this is.
CDs.
There's that many Amanda Delacourt books that you could be in like the Amanda Delacourt club for like the rest of your life.
The Amanda Delacourt cassette audio book.
That what we are in?
No, so you can pay for the book, right? The set, and then you can like opt in to the additional monthly price to get like the audio book included.
It just
Also
like
comes
the
with a newsletter.
keeps going. Like they just keep adding things on, and the print at the bottom is just getting smaller and smaller.
It woke you up from a slumber at 2 a.m. on your couch, and you just hear like big trumpet, romantic like trumpets come on, and you're like, do you love Amanda Delacourt books? Do you need more
Now we're getting
Amanda Delacourt in your life? Well, do we have a package for you?
I am dying.
So we all pitch in. Like, we would all pitch in, I feel like 99 cents a month would be a lot for us, and we would not be okay with it. So we would
Y'all just dropped like hundreds of dollars on Sea Captain Antiques.
That's not important. That's not important.
How
it's because
often
we already
does
have
the
copies.
die?
So
I think it's
at
like
book
we
club,
already have copies of it, but not in like this version. So like we don't technically need this version, but we can all like share it.
it's like we had the TV running in the background during one time for book club, and then it was like
Oh god.
We just like have a big phone tree. Oh my gosh, are you seeing this commercial? We have to be doing this right now.
Right.
That was
Exactly
beautiful.
this.
That was
Yeah.
beautiful. You definitely earned that commercial break. So
Thank you.
Cut to Commercial is a mechanic in the game. This game is adorable. I don't know if I've mentioned that, and y'all should get into the giveaway if you're watching in chat, because you can get this RPG book and run this game yourself. But our players now get a 10 to 11 roll on their next roll. Technically, Cut to Commercial is used when you like make a roll and it's like, and on a cliffhanger, but we actually had to go to buy a break. So I was like, we're going to do it now. So your next roll, you're going to get the 10 to 11 roll category. Thank you for that beautiful commercial.
Amazing.
And as our mavens come back into view, they were just told by Sheriff Hold that they could, meddle a little bit, because it seems like the sheriff maybe doesn't have his life together as much as he would have hoped. Mavens, you find yourselves in the aftermath of this murder. Pauline's body has been taken away. There is a person on site. The coroner's report has been delivered to her brother, and Pierre is kind of processing this information. So any details about the body, anything that you would have investigated on the body, you can kind of talk to Pierre or talk to others, officials, about those details. The crime scene is still open to you, San's body. And all of the guests are being held here because the police seem to think that there might be a murderer among you. So you're now trapped here in the antique shop. Outside, it's gotten darker and darker, and the moon is peeking out between the clouds. Here in the Albertine's antique store, where the names of 2 purveyors once stood on each door, but only one of them remains alive. Murder Mavens, it's up to you to solve the crime. What do you do? Who do you talk to? What are you looking for as you mill about this party? I'll describe kind of at a glance the folks that you see, but it's up to you to decide what types of clues and exactly how you want to go about searching for things. You see Pierre sobbing in the corner. He looks like he might faint. He stands up, he sits down. His silk robe is just covered in water spots, and his hair is just kind of like little pieces of it have come out of the helmet that was once there and are just kind of like sticking up like little fork tines that have been all broken and pointed in different directions. Lee Landsberg, the assistant with the nervous laugh and the round glasses, is kind of standing there patting his shoulder kindly. You see Lauren, who is deep into her 3rd martini, now that the bar is open for everyone, I guess. The bartender does not care in light of the murder. And drinks are flowing, and Lauren is just kind of hiccuping on her 3rd glass, ready to shoot dirty looks at anyone who dares to judge her for it. You see a gentleman in the corner wearing kind of like rough and tumble fisherman gear. You see the woman in the red lipstick with the red dress who had the tears in her eyes. And she is standing kind of near to the stage where those items were being auctioned. You also see kind of a person who has a lot of like bits and bobs and pockets and like little bags and trinkets and baubles and things dangling all over them in bandoliers. You see 3 more people. There's a lot of people here. You see the caterer / bartender. Why not? Who, is wearing his white pressed outfit and has little spots of the hors d'oeuvres that were being passed around. Like, it looks like the plate had maybe been overturned on him at some point in the night. And he keeps glancing over at the bar and seeing the liquor go and just says, bah. You see a very fashionable woman with a big hat with a feathered plume. And you see someone who like has their collar flipped up and like sunglasses and a hat pulled down over their head, and they're looking around shiftily. Who would you like to talk to? What would you like to do, Mavens?
I kind of would like to look in that office at the drawer that was being held shut by her foot.
Okay. By the way, chat, we fixed Edna's mic. Edna in 4K.
Edna
So
in
much
4K.
better.
Edna in full 4K.
Edna, you head over to the office, the side office. Noted. What is everyone else doing? Are you going with Edna? Are you splitting up?
I'm gonna go look for a red lipstick lady
Okay.
and kind of have a conversation with her, if possible.
Absolutely. So Ernestine sidles up next to the group and then makes eye contact with Red Lipstick Lady and heads over that way. And Iris, what are you doing?
I want to approach Pierre and Lee.
Okay.
I do want to offer my condolences and support to Pierre. And also see how Lee reacts to that.
How Lee?
Lee? Because Lee's the one consoling him, right?
Oh, yes. I forgot if I said Lee or Lay before, but yes. That is what it looks like. Yes. Perfect. Okay, so Iris goes over to Pierre to console and also kind of suss out Lee, Lay, Leah, L. We'll call her L. Perfect. All right, let's start with Edna, now in 4K. And we'll do this kind of like splitting the scenes at dramatic moments and kind of bouncing around in between the mavens. Edna, as you head back to the side office, that one swinging light bulb is overhead. The hallway is quiet, and you enter into the room. You see the forms of many antiques covered in drapes, you know, the sheets basically thrown over them, and there's odd shapes underneath. There's lots of storage boxes. This seems to be kind of a holding area for a lot of items. On the floor where you saw that the elder moth, I believe.
Yep.
the elder wing, where you saw the elder wing being kind of stored, dropped, unclear what it was doing in the middle of the floor. You just see a little spot where it had been sitting. It has been removed for evidence. You investigate the drawer. Go ahead and roll a meddling check as you putter around with your cane and your bag full of Furby.
That is a 7. And would it be reason, I guess, as the stat?
I think that's very reasonable, yes. Unless you're... So I did find, finally, the stats. They had been eluding me. But as a reminder to myself and to everyone, vitality is like strength and dex, physical things. So actually, I don't know. I might have you roll that if you're like prying at a drawer.
I mean, it was only stuck because her foot was in it.
It's weird.
We're assuming they've removed at this point.
The foot is gone.
There is hopefully no more body. Okay, no more foot.
It's weird. It's wedged in there. It seems that the foot stopping the motion of the drawer has gotten it off of its track.
Okay.
Composure is kind of your concentration. You're just keeping your cool. Reasons, your smarts. Presence is your charm, which I believe we've used as a role before. And sensitivity is your weird stat, your kind of supernatural stat.
Cool. Well, my vitality is 0, so then it'd be 7.
Okay. Beautiful. With a 7, that is a hit. So on a 7, there's a complication with the clue itself or with the encounter while searching. So as you're searching with this drawer, Edna, can you describe how your little old lady form looks as you're trying to pry open this stuck drawer? What do you do?
So I think what I'm going to do is take off my brooch and then take off the silk scarf that I'm wearing and use that on like the handle so I'm not getting any fingerprints or anything on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to sort of tug at it, and since I can sort of feel that it's not on the track, I'm going to use my walking stick and smack the side of the desk to get it back on track.
Perfect. With
That's
a
the industrious one of us. The MacGyver, if you will, of the group.
speaking of
Indeed,
MacGyver,
it's almost like I have that Maven move.
I know. I was gonna say. I feel like y'all have
really?
those moves.
Oh my goodness.
I love it. So you could have advantage then if you're using your MacGyver move, Edna. Which is special to Edna, the MacGyver move.
Yeah.
Not me forgetting what Maven move I have.
And also, I'm not sure if I actually should have rolled because we did have the commercial break, but I don't know if the commercial break is for all of us or just me.
Commercial break, I forgot. You guys can decide which one you want to use commercial break on. So did you want to use it on this roll?
No, I think that at this point, you know what? Let's go with the advantage on this one. Though I believe part of the move is I get to ask for 3 random objects that are in the environment, and I can use those.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, unfortunately that only brings me up to 8.
For
But-
advantage? Okay.
Mhm.
So for Iris or for Ernestine, if either of you want to use the commercial break, you'll have to decide between the two of you who's got like the juicy lead and decide if you're going to use it then. But for the first roll in this cycle, we'll say it has to be used. For MacGyver, 3 objects you can find in the environment. I mean, I kind of love this. So you hit it with a stick and it jostles a bit, but it's still like really wedged in there. Look around in this really densely packed antiques office. What 3 items are you going to use to unwedge it for the final pull?
Okay, so if we're in the antiques office, and I can tell that it's off its track rather than locked or anything?
It's off its track.
Okay. So, I am going to need a coat hanger, a pen, and most likely some sort of tape. So most likely I'll be able to find probably packing tape, I'm thinking.
Uh-huh.
And so what I will end up doing, I'm assuming that it's like the back corners off the track that I can't get to.
Mhm.
So going to undo the coat hanger, so that it has just the hook.
Mhm.
I'm going to wedge that around. Then I'm going to use the pen as sort of like a lever / torque device, and then I will wind it as hard as I can. At that point, I will tape it to the side, which will then automatically lift up the back corner, and that will allow me to pull out the drawer.
If I'm ever locked out of my house, I know who the hell I'm calling. Like,
Oh, absolutely. I actually picked a lock with an envelope once.
oh my gosh.
shit.
I'm gonna be like, someone please help. Who am I gonna call? Iris
Also-
knows.
Now terrified of Edna.
I'm just here to
Incredible.
help.
Incredible. Yes, take that advantage, get the 8. That is still a hit, partial success. So the drawer does unwedge with a satisfying slide out of the metal and wood. It's an old desk drawer, so it's kind of like one where someone like hand carved the track anyway, and it was a little off kilter to begin with. So it had a journey to get there. And it was kind of almost tried to be kicked shut in the last moments of someone's life. And so you're very interested to find out what was in this drawer. Your partial success is as the drawer creaks scraping along the sides of the wooden track. It makes a lot of noise, and the hair on the back of your neck stands up again, and you feel like you're being watched. You feel like that noise was noted, but you're alone in a small windowless office with a swinging light bulb above your head, and it's eerie, and it makes you feel unsafe. But to work,
I grip my Furby tightly.
as you grip your Furby, you feel like you will have use of it in any role that comes your way. You feel the plastic eyes of it press comfortingly against your hand, and only comfortingly to you specifically.
Out of the entire universe of people.
In the drawer, you find a tin, a circular tin, antique. It's about 4 inches high, and on the cover of it is a desert scene with lots of cactuses kind of strewn about the desert, and a bright sun that says, "Welcome to Arizona."
Okay. And that's the only thing that's in there?
In the drawer, yes. Do you open the tin?
So I think what I'll do is I will use my scarf to take the tin out and put it on top of the desk and see if I can tell anything about it before I actually open it.
What are you wondering about it?
Has it been sealed in any sort of way? Is there any damage to it? And is there like any like possible like message or something scrawled on it? Because like if it was a gift tin, it might say like to blah, some sort of information.
Yeah. As Edna inspects the tin for these kind of identifying markers, you turn it over in your hands. Are you like kind of handling it?
But by holding it with the scarf, I'm not actually touching it with my fingers.
That's fair. With the practiced precision of an investigator who's read many an Amanda Delacour novel, Edna handles the tin without leaving a fingerprint of her own, finding only the image of happy cactuses on the front and the proclamation of its origin, but nothing else, nothing personal. It seems a little vintage in its design.
Okay. Then I think I will try and open it while still using the scarf, so basically just sort of wedging my thumbs underneath and nudging up the lid.
As you open the tin, inside you find a thick roll of cash, all in hundreds. You estimate that there's maybe, I would say actually there's probably 2 rolls in there, probably around 5,000, maybe more.
Interesting. Especially because they were hoping that the moth was marketed at 3 and then was hopefully going for 6.
As you think that, you hear those words in Pierre's voice kind of echo through your mind.
Yeah, I think I will close the tin and wrap it in my scarf and put it in my bag for safekeeping, since the fact that the people who were looking for evidence did not get said tin, I don't trust anyone.
You're pretty sure the police department is inept in Brindlewood Bay, and the Mavens have been responsible for most of the crime solving in the past months. They've left so much evidence behind.
But yeah. And unless there's anything else particularly in that small office, I think we're done.
Edna, you can go ahead and mark a wad of cash in a antique tin as one of your clues. These are group clues, by the way, kind of everybody's pooling clues together. As you stand in the room and look around and assess, you feel a breeze blow through the room, cold in a windowless space. And you look around, there's nothing, no one. And you hear whispers. And you look down and clutch your Furby for comfort. We'll cut over to the conversation with, let's go with Ernie. You're talking to Red Lipstick Lady, yes?
Yes.
Ernie, as you approach, she kind of has long since wiped away those tears that she was hiding. And she has kind of her hip jutted out, like just at a jaunty angle. And she's looking around the room and eyes you as you walk up. What is this?
What? I don't see anything.
The whole, like, is it like a Halloween thing? What's this?
Oh, me. No, this is eyelash, and she kind of like looks down at her skirt and starts mumbling over her outfit.
This woman is like dressed to the nines. She's got pumps, she's got like a push-up bra, she's got like hairspray that you can smell from like a mile away. She's like come here looking nice in her view.
You must not be from around Brindlewood Bay, I'm going to assume.
Have to be in town because Grandpa passed away and all of that.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm Ernie. I knew your grandfather as well as anyone in town probably could know your grandfather.
He was a bit of a recluse.
A little bit. Not that that's a bad thing, because I do indulge in some reclusiveness myself once in a while, but you know. So, are you in town long?
I mean, not long. I was gonna be in town a lot longer, but there's really no more reason to stay, I guess.
Yeah, no, it can be very, the whole death thing, transition. It's a lot. Were you close? Because I've never seen you before.
I mean, I was. She looks like she's on the verge of saying something that she's like fighting back, saying, "Go ahead and roll meddling with your composure." Or I don't know. How are you approaching this? Seeing that she like wants to spell, but she like doesn't know you very well. How would Ernestine, in all of Ernestine's social graces, approach this situation?
So I think she would like kind of mask a little bit and start trying to think about like what Amanda Delacourt would do in this situation if she was trying to get information from somebody and pretend that she has feelings or empathy or things like that. So like, not necessarily pretend she has empathy, but like express it in a way that's not, herself.
Mm-hmm.
I got 2 6s.
Are you using the commercial roll for this? That's between you and Iris, if you want to use it here.
I don't know. I kind of want to save it for...
Wait, did you roll and get 2 6s?
Yeah, I rolled and got 2 6s.
It's pretty dope.
So, I don't think I need to...
No, you don't.
Right. Okay. So I think she would use composure because she's trying not to give away things through her face and like thinking really hard of how to approach a situation of this matter.
Perfect. So is Ernestine like faking it till she makes it right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
100%. Perfect. So Iris.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I would say she doesn't know anything about this person and doesn't want to be like, hey, let me see your shoes and how dirty they are, type of thing. because she thinks she doesn't want to like let on that she's like, hey, you're new in town, but you know, she's just Ernie.
Perfect. 2 6s is good. Do you have any bonuses on that?
If I use composure, I have a 1.
Okay. Okay, so it's like maxed. Iris, that means you have the commercial bonus. So don't let me make you roll. I'm gonna try to do it, but it's not. Don't do it. For Ernestine, as you are chatting with this young woman, that's like a critical success on meddling. So on a 12 plus, you also learn something about the dark conspiracy in Brindlewood Bay, in addition to turning up a clue about this particular mystery. So, tell me again what you say to the woman.
Ernie would kind of like offer a space for her to kind of like talk about it, like, you know, and kind of try to like commiserate, like, oh yeah, you know, men suck or something like that, like, you know, I bet you that you could have been closer if you like put in more effort or whatever. And like it's just very trying to kind of like, it's not your fault if you didn't have a good relationship with your grandfather. Like, he could have done better. He's the adult. Like, kind of trying to just, like, be that cool grandma person. I don't know how well she does it, but...
I mean, she does it a 2-6 roll well.
Yeah, I guess.
So, Ernestine has, like, found her moment here. The more you say it, the more you're like, no, this is good, this sounds good. Like, you're almost kind of like watching yourself perform in this conversation as your parrot Georgie is circling around above you. Like, you'd see the telltale feathers floating down, and it creates almost like a nice I don't know, like otherworldly sense to the scene as you're having a pretty chill conversation with a stranger, like small talk even. Like, you're like really impressed with yourself. And for her, so you're like moving towards normalcy. And for this woman, it's like she's talking to an old woman who's dressed like this with bird feathers flying everywhere. Like, she's moving towards abnormalcy. So like somehow you meet in the middle of this space, and she feels just comfortable enough to divulge, I honestly don't care about my grandpa. I'm sad, though. I'm really sad, and I'm even sadder now. I'm here because I wanted to make sure his things went to Pauline's auction. Pauline was a good friend of mine, or was a good friend of mine. I wanted to be a better friend to her. Anyway, I wanted to make sure Grandpa's money went to good use. He was a daft old man.
No, I get that. I get that for sure. And, you know, Pauline was Pauline. Is there anything I can do to, do you want a beverage?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. And she goes to like hold her hand out for what you're offering, because you don't even have to go anywhere for drinks in this room. Like, the bartender has given up completely. It's just like it's debauchery. There's just like, everyone is like walking around, like people are like pretending to be the server, like, hey, you want some drinks? Like, there's just, everyone's
nice.
Taking the bar for what it's worth. As she reaches her hand out, you see that there is a piece of paper up her sleeve of this lavish red dress, and it looks like a bid sheet, like the ones that had been submitted for the auction earlier with people's bids. And you can see that it has, in her kind of like curly Q red scrawl, like there's some tampering being done with this sheet. And as she reaches out for the drink, it falls to the floor, and you have gained a clue of a tampered bid sheet in this Pauline fan's handwriting. That's your clue. As you gain that clue, the lights flicker in the room, and the whispers that Edna is hearing, unbeknownst to you, down the hallway, they pick up like a wind, whipping all around you. And for a moment, your bird stops flying and flutters down to land on your shoulder, kind of freaked out by this like breeze that's blowing through. And a secret that you find out about the conspiracy in Brindlewood Bay is that it's connected. There are certain points in the town that are connected to an old power, and that this antique shop is one of them.
Alright.
As Georgie lands on your shoulder, as the young woman begins sipping on the drink and kind of looking around at people who have taken her grandfather's items and purchased them, she just kind of gives a sniff and says, yeah, old man was not worth half as much as Pauline was. To me, this stuff is just junk. I'm glad it's gone. But she's gone too. Downs the drink, and Georgie in your ear goes, glad she's dead. Glad she's dead. And that's where we'll cut to Iris.
Yes.
Iris, what are you up to?
So I kind of go over to Pierre. I mean, as someone who lost someone very important to them, I can commiserate with how he feels. And what's the name of the person? Elle? Elle is what we went with at
Sure.
the end? Okay.
I'll review the tapes later. But we'll go with Elle for now.
I go up to Pierre and I just hold out my arms for like a big hug to try to just, I kind of like push her out of the way a little because she's very much like doting on him, I'm assuming, based on her like how she's described.
She's got like a perfunctory like slap on the shoulder. It looks like she's like confused at how to like process Pierre not being Pierre.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's like waiting for him to like tell her something about the antiques, and he's not, and so she's just kind of like standing there like, come back, like more of like a come back shake. Pierre looks to you. I can't believe it. My sister, my only sister. I mean, I have another one, but she was my favorite.
I don't know if he's returning my hug, but I'm like just doing this.
Oh yeah, he's like kind of like a limp noodle in your arms. He's like, he's there for it, but he's like not processing it. So he's got like the hug that he's like not really like there for, and then like the shoulder pat that he's like just he's just floating above everything.
I look at Ella, I'm like, you can go rest or get him some water or something. I'll talk to him.
He doesn't want to talk right now. he's not telling me the stories. I gave him a whole marble set. I brought a marble set here, and I said, Pierre, I'm here to donate this, and he didn't even want to talk about it.
Maybe he'll want to talk to me. Maybe I'll find like an item he can talk about. Why don't you go and get a drink for yourself, and it's okay.
Oh, this is terrible. Oh, I hate to say it, but I admired Pierre so much, and Pauline just didn't appreciate antiques like he did, and now he doesn't even appreciate them. And what do we do? What is the antique place without Pierre?
Are you making Pauline's death about you?
Yeah, no. And she just kind of like walks away and just like a flurry.
Just like I'm very judgmental in this moment. I'm just like, because
Look,
I'm sure I saw the same thing happen with Eleanor, where people were like, "Oh, she was the best," and I'm like, "You met her twice. I know. I've been with her whole life, basically."
It's a similar feeling. And as she's walking away, she says, the psychology classes don't start till the fall, okay? I'm doing my best. I'm focusing on this right now.
Oh gosh, she's scary. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna like sort of prop Pierre up by his armpits because I'm assuming he's very like limp noodly right now. I'm just gonna like prop him up like kind of while hugging him and ask him like, did Pauline say anything to you before she went to go get the last item? Do you know what she might what might have happened?
Roll metal.
I get free success.
See, I told you I'd try to do it.
I'm gonna. You have no idea the way that in my head I was like free success, like commercial success. Like I was saying words, but also being like, okay, but I also have a success. So
this is why I like straight up have to be like, don't let me trap you. I'm gonna try to trap you. Don't let me trap you. So, with your amazing commercial, describe to me how this is an Iris, uniquely Iris thing. In this moment, like, why could no one else have asked this question of Pierre?
I'm going to say it's because, I feel like I'm going to go very tragic. In the same way that I was with Eleanor on our hiking trip when she had her accident. I was the last person to talk to her. The last thing she said before everything that happened was, oh, I see this beautiful like flower over there, let me go take a quick picture of it and I'll be right back. And that's the last thing that I heard from her. And I think that in that moment I didn't realize what was going to happen. And Pierre knows this and knows this story and knows that I had that experience with my loved one. And that's I guess the relatable part for him is that if anyone is gonna know what that's like of, I'll just be right back sort of thing, it's gonna be Iris.
Yeah. Go ahead and mark. I'm trying to find our conditions here. Is there one that's like just overwhelmed? If not, we'll just make one.
If there's a highly stressed out condition.
Yeah, I can't find them right now, but go ahead and mark like an overwhelmed condition. We'll give you a condition which can affect a roll. If you're trying to use like composure or reason or presence, I think those would be impacted by this. However, because of your commercial success and your unique Iris abilities, Pierre looks at you and says, well, she didn't say anything. I mean, she said, I'm gonna go get the Elder Wing, and I said, okay, good. Don't be gone long because I can't keep it together without you. And he takes a moment and like, deep breaths. But she did leave behind her purse. And in a way, this is the last thing that she said to me. Isn't it nice? And he reaches for the bag, which he had rummaged through, and pulls out a napkin, crumpled napkin. And in handwriting, which is not his sister's handwriting, it's someone else's, it says, I can help you, with a telephone number. And he's like, it's like she's saying that she can help me even now. But you have gained the napkin with the message, I can help you, with the phone number.
Just
from
like take
Pauline's
it. I'm like,
purse.
that's definitely what she meant. Let me hold on to this so you don't accidentally get it wet with your tears. It's okay.
Oh, too late.
Oh,
Very
it's still
smudged.
like a little smudged and blurred. Let me take it before it gets worse.
But on your
illegible.
metal roll, you got an 11, right? With your commercial success?
What was I?
I think it
What did I
was
have
10
as
to
a-
11. Did you have any bonuses for like reason or?
Yeah, reason is
Composure?
+1 for me, and
Okay.
composure is +1 for me.
So with a 12 plus, learning something about the dark conspiracy in Brindlewood Bay, as the wind is picking up in this room and it's kind of like a connected eldritch point that Ernestine is finding out, You see someone in the crowd in kind of like the shadowy area near the coat closet. You see that person like turn up a hood, like a dark, like rogue-like hood, you know, that kind of like goes over the eyes and like drops down Aragorn style. And at first you're like, oh, they're in the coat closet. That makes sense. But there's something very like old looking about this hood, like medieval almost. And it's like a grayish color, and it's like got a full cloak behind it, and like almost like priest-like robes with like arcane symbols on them. And the person makes eye contact with you across the room, nods, and then melts back into the coats and disappears. And you have found out that there are stewards of this magical power that live here in Brindlewood Bay and are afoot.
I am very concerned with the nod. I'm like, what's that mean? I just look very bewildered, I'm sure, to anyone that's around me at this point in time.
It's a hell of an antiques auction, I will say.
Is there any, like, is he still holding the purse, or is there anything I can, like, rifle?
Yeah, he's still holding the purse.
Terrible.
As you go to rifle through the purse, your hand is caught by someone else's hand. And it's the person with all the little bandoliers and bells and buttons and things kind of hanging off of them. And this person looks at you and says, "Excuse me, what are you doing meddling? Looking through the belongings of the dead? The recently dead, I suppose."
Who are you?
My name is Marjorie Buttons, a collector. Who are you?
Close friend of both of the twins, and definitely someone who deserves to be here.
Well, someone who didn't deserve to be here is already gone, so I suppose that everyone left in this room deserves to be here.
Are you insulting the dead?
Yes. Don't touch their things, though. That's what's very valuable.
I'm going to specifically smack their hand.
Ow!
Like they grab my wrist, and I want to be like one of those.
They
like,
do
don't touch me.
the hand back. Ow! Excuse me.
You are excused. And I just like turn so like my back is to them, and I just scoot Pierre because he's still like pretty limp noodled, right? So I just kind of like scoot us so that my back is to them, because I don't want to engage with someone that's rude.
As you back away, Pierre looks to her and says, "Oh, Marjorie, for the last time, it's not a good time to talk business. You know Pauline was the one that wanted to talk business anyway, and I'm not here to talk business. I'm here to make sure that the business isn't messed with in her absence. And we were gonna strike a deal, you know. We were gonna strike a deal. That's right. We were gonna strike a deal, Pierre. I need to talk to you tomorrow." That's the conversation that you are backing away from.
Can I just as like a parting thing be like, but did you sign a contract though?
To Marjorie?
Yeah.
Who asked you?
Now I specifically want to fight her. Like I specifically would like to fight her.
Are you with the sheriff's office? Why are you asking me questions? I don't have to answer your questions.
Okay, I would like to use my move.
Okay, what's your move?
I have Remington Steel, which means I'm very talented at passing myself off as someone I'm not. If there's a piece of identification or a disguise that would help you with your ruse, you have it. Do I have to roll for it? Is it like a...
I don't think so. I think it's just your thing.
Okay. I have like a... I'm gonna say that I like forced the sheriff to at some point deputize me. And even though it's expired, I'm gonna hold my thumb over it so you can't see the expiration date.
Perfect.
And hold like this very like official identification. It's like one of those ones that flips open and there's like a shiny thing on the other side. Like it's one of those, but I'm covering like the expiration date, and I'm just like, actually, I am with the sheriff's office, private investigator.
Amazing. She blanches and begins sweating, and like all of the things she's holding onto like begin to slip out of her hands. Like she has kind of spilling out of these pockets a broken music box and little ballerina figurines, and like just like a bunch of loose buttons just like fall onto the ground as she's just like, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, don't look at any of this, this is all mine, I have contracts for all of this, I have all of the business agreements you need. And what
You stay right here. You're just gonna stay right here, okay? You're not gonna leave, right? Because you're a great citizen. Because you're a great citizen, you're not gonna leave. You can stay exactly where you are.
Don't you retire ever? How old are you? How are you still on the job?
Are you implying? Are you being ageist? Are you implying
Yes.
that I can't do my job proficiently because I'm old?
Yes, I am. And I'm here to make sure that the real aged things, the items, are the things that we care about.
You're a terrible person. And I'm sure you've done something terrible.
will...
So I'm just gonna make sure you stay right here. Because not only are you being terrible to the elderly, you sound awful.
As Iris gets in the zinger, you all come together from your various investigations. Is there anything you'd like to investigate as a group to perhaps get more clues or meet more folks in the room?
Could it be like that they both walk up behind me at the time that I'm saying this, and it just looks very like forcefully intimidating?
It does. It looks like you are part of like the old lady squad of the investigation. Like this is sanctioned and you have your team here as you all reunite.
I'm gonna ominously hold my walking stick more like a melee weapon and just like smack the handle into my hand and make eye contact with Marjorie.
Marjorie?
There's more of you, and clearly the retirement benefits here are not that good because you're still all here. Great.
Keep talking. Keep talking. That's fine.
As
Love
you're
to hear what you have to say.
As you're all reunited, you have Marjorie Buttons that you've talked to. You have Granddaughter that you've talked to. Pierre as well. You have Lee, the fisherman. The mysterious person.
The sketchy person.
Person who like put their collar up and stuff, is that in any way related to said person who melted into the closet?
No, closet melter is very old, arcane looking, out of place, out of time. This person looks like, I don't know, you know those like plastic glasses with the nose and the mustache? Like just like very much trying to like be not in the paparazzi magazine almost. Very modern though.
Classic disguise. Classic
disguise. There's also the lady with the plumed hat and the caterer / bartender. Those folks are still all milling around. You also hear Georgie kind of squawking in Ernestine's ear. Glad she's dead!
Is it a particular tone of voice? Like high or low? I ask this as someone who owns a bird that imitates the way people speak. So Kirby sounds like me, for example, when he speaks, but also can do tones of voice of like whispers or deeper voices if you want it. Like depending on how he learned whatever he's saying.
So cute. Yes, I would say roll me meddling move? Question mark? No, because this is like a thing about this item. Roll me a night move. Doing something. Name what you fear you'll find out as you listen to the voice. What is Iris afraid of hearing in this voice as you listen in?
I guess Iris is afraid of hearing familiarity.
Tell me more.
As in, like, Iris is both I mean, fear in a sense of like wants to know the answer, but is afraid that it's going to be someone that they know.
Who?
And that they can recognize.
Who?
Lauren.
All right. You're afraid it's Lauren, or you hope it's Lauren?
I'm like somewhat afraid it's Lauren, because it's like, as much as I've always like targeted her, like not targeted, like had a rivalry with her, I don't actually like wish her full ill will, like in the sense, the magnitude of like having murdered someone and is in like deep despair. But also because then I have to explain to the sheriff that this time I really mean it when I say it's Lauren.
You guys are always saying it's Lauren.
Really hard. I feel like that's just gonna be met with so much more opposition. I'm gonna need so much more evidence. I'm kind of hoping it's not, because that feels like it's gonna be so much more work to
That's
explain.
fair. That's fair. Go ahead and roll your night move, and use probably your reason, because you're thinking about the voice, the tone of voice.
11 plus 1 is
Dang,
12.
you guys are rolling well. So on a 10 plus, you do what you intended. So in a moment of fear, you see like Lauren revealed, basically like in the room with the candlestick kind of a move, like standing over the body. And it's the scene cuts to the three of you at like the sheriff's office being like, no, it really is Lauren. And he's like pointing to the board of all the times that you have claimed it's Lauren. It's like, it has been 0 days since Lauren was blamed for a murder.
Flips over like a board. It's just all the scenarios listed.
And yeah, it's not happening in that scenario, but you kind of clear your head from that. And as you focus in on the voice, you can hear that it is like, it has the undertones of someone who was wronged. It's not immediately clear, like it's not like a one-to-one, like, oh, it's definitely this person. But it sounds like someone who was like personally aggrieved. And I'll give you a clue for this. Let me get my clue list here. I'll say that as you're like trying to like suss out exactly the voice, Georgie changes what they're saying, and instead of glad she's dead, in a different, or the same voice, you can't quite tell like exactly who, Georgie says, worried they'll find out I lied, they'll find out I lied. And it's the same voice, but you have the clue of someone expressing worry about finding out that I lied. Or actually, it would say, worried he'll find out I lied. So there's a he in there. So that's the clue you get from that. Suss out. Very clever.
Birds are great.
They are. And with that, I will say, as the Mavens are kind of circling in this party, collecting clues, the chandelier above you kind of like rains dust down in everyone's drinks. And you hear the voice of the sheriff kind of, I think I'm about to solve the crime. Hey, psst, Mavens, can you meet me around back?
I like take the time that he's like specifically speaking to me to make eye contact with Marjorie, so she like knows I'm legit.
She
and go back wherever he needs us to go.
She's quavering in her boots, and every time she like shakes, there's like new pieces of like, I don't know, old Christmas ornaments that are just like falling out of her pockets. Like she's like full of antiques.
To the brim with antiques.
But as you guys meet with the sheriff, unless you wanted to do more sleuthing, I feel like just for time's sake, we might want to do the theorize move, which is too bad because I really want you to do your Amanda Delacourt move. So, because I want to see it so bad, I'll give you another clue for the success of it, right? Like, I just want to see it so bad. Can I force you to do a move? Is that like...
I'm trying to think. I'm thinking.
It's like such a juicy move. So for those of you who just joined us, there's a move in this game, which is like super, super cute, where all of these old ladies read a murder mystery series. And if they say like, this is like the time that Amanda Delacourt did whatever, and like explain the book, like they can like manifest that in the game. So cute. And I'm like leaning,
how big of a wrench can this throw into things?
Super big wrench. Yeah. Like y'all are inventing this shit.
Line everybody up and make them say these phrases and see who sounds the most like the bird.
You can just like put it in the universe. Like here, let me pull up this move. It's a wild move. I love it. Also, you guys like
that's what I would do.
Didn't ever fail a roll, so you didn't even have to use crowns. It's so crazy. Okay. So it says, once per game, when a Maven says, this reminds me of something that happened to Amanda Delacourt, work with the players to describe how something that's happening in the situation. So like anything in this room, the people you haven't talked to yet, like you can like get a free clue from them basically. Reminds you of something from the Golden Crown mystery series. So you gotta say like, what's the mystery? What's the situation that Amanda was in? How did Amanda solve the problem? And then you get to create a fact about the situation that I must incorporate into the story. So it's like literally Deus Ex Machina.
Are y'all cool with lining them up and making them all say those sentences to see who sounds the most like the bird? Because 100%. I totally can imagine that being like, this is something that happened in the, I don't know, the
Hail to the Queen Part 2.
Okay.
Specifically Hail to the Queen Part 2.
I'm so excited for this shit.
Consider, oh gosh, my brain is going very fast. A security guard at a museum where a specific crown was being on display heard or was assaulted, I guess, by someone who had gone in to steal it. And all that they heard before they blacked out, because they couldn't see the culprit or the perpetrator at all, was hearing the perpetrator say, "Hail to the Queen." And that was the only identifying thing that they had. They didn't see the person, they don't have any sense of their physical form whatsoever, but that's the only thing that they heard. So that's what Amanda Delacourt used to suss out who the perpetrator was. Does that make sense to y'all? Like,
she was able to line up all of the suspects who were all also working at the museum, and sitting across from each of them, she was able to discern who could have said it by listening to each of them individually.
With the help of the person that was victimized in this scenario.
Well, the poor security man.
The poor security man. Todd, yes, Todd. Poor Todd.
Oh my god. Yes. That is book number 82 in the series. It was a sleeper hit. A lot of people thought it was filler, but then, literary scholars went back and they read that one and they loved it. Yes.
As they should.
Everyone ignored it because it was part 2 of 4.
Yeah.
And so it was a 4-part trilogy, of course.
You really have to build up to it. Part 2 is a critical part. Yes. What's the fact? Tell me, Mavens. I'm gonna lean on Ernestine and Edna because Iris created the lead up for our Amanda Delacourt story.
That was what my brain spit out.
So glad we got to hear it. So good. What fact? What happens? Tell me the situation from your move.
Just to clarify, is it a fact that's about the current situation or a fact from the book?
A fact about the current situation. So you're kind of it's reminiscent of a time in real life when you're like, oh my God, this reminds me of the movie that I saw. And then you proceed to tell someone about the movie for 10 minutes and they're like, wait, what does this have to do with, okay. But there's still a situation going on. What juicy juice would you like to manifest?
I feel like this is definitely more Ernestine's wheelhouse because it is Ernestine's parrot who is giving this information, and so you understand those nuances.
I feel like there's a particular tone that catches Amanda in the book that might be relevant to the situation. So for example, everybody is saying the same words, right? We line them up and we get them all to say the same words, and but because we're also worried about the person, if let's say that person is in the middle of the line and is kind of catching on, right? So then they try to adjust and change their tone or whatever to kind of fake it a little bit. And so I feel like we would account for that because we don't trust anybody. But Amanda would have accounted for that, and that was the thing was they said it too perfect or not perfect enough, and I feel that would be the thing that gives it away in this situation.
Damn, you guys are good. So what we see is each of the mavens really sussing out so first of all, it's just a bunch of drunk people that you've lined up from this party, right? Everyone is in some level of inebriation at this point. And you're going down the line, having them say these words, and Pierre says them with such a pained voice that at first you think maybe Pierre's faking, but it can't be because he's just so sad. You have to go through each tone and each cover up until you get to the person who matches. Give me that theorize roll. Who is it? What clues are you activating? We'll do the roll and then we'll reveal them. So for theorize, you have to put together clues you want to incorporate, things that you think are relevant to your theory, to some crazy shit you're making up about who could have done this. And we'll do the theorize roll, adding up all those clues that you're putting in the pot, basically. And then we'll reveal who you have sussed out. You can use this as a clue as well, the voice, because you've Delacourt the shit out of it.
Okay, so consensus of clues. The clues I have are a napkin that says I can help you with a phone number. And I guess the clue of the bird saying, worry he'll find out I lied. I mean, I guess that's a universal, we just heard that one. So those are the two that I have marked.
I have that the red lipstick woman was way too familiar with the items, and holding back tears and stuff, and then also that she had a tampered bid sheet up her sleeve.
And then, Edna, what do you have?
The tin.
Yeah, so I found the tin that says "Welcome to Arizona" and has about $5,000 in it. Also, the fact that the last thing Colleen did was to wedge her shoe into closing this drawer and keeping it closed makes me think that we've got money as the motive, and the tampered bid sheet and such makes me think that those aren't the real values for the items. And so, since she's trying to get inheritance money, I really think it's the granddaughter, because she may have lied to both Pierre and Pauline about the value of these items, which have now been auctioned. But if Pauline was able to get a separate appraiser to find that the values are different, then the granddaughter would have the issue of having to kill Pauline because of this discrepancy in the money.
She seemed to really like Pauline, though, so it could be they were working together. I mean, like, think about it that way. It's like they can inflate the value of something that's really not worth anything. Pauline gets money off of it, but
we also never saw them together, and we see her crying already, and so it is possible maybe her tears are for, like, knowing what she has to do, or knowing that she's going to be causing this problem in the future. But we also never get to see sort of Pauline's interaction with Red. I think that
do we see Pauline interact with anyone other than Pierre?
I think it was just, and us interacting with the two of them.
No, Pierre's a really good distraction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the fact that we have the worry he'll find out I lied. If Pauline and Red were in on it, and then killing Pauline to keep her quiet, the worry would be that Pierre would find out. But then, of course, we have the "I can help you," which was in Pauline's bag, but not written in Pauline's handwriting. And wasn't it written in red?
It could be.
I think it was written in red.
It could be.
I don't think
it says, as the keeper, I'm encouraged to change slight fictional details as you theorize to help fit your theory. So I think it was written in red.
Okay.
Pretty sure this is all coming together. Unfortunately, it's...
The thing is, like, if it was the, like, red, like, is it something that I can, because Ernestine has the bid sheet, right? Can we put them side by side with the napkin and see if they're the same handwriting?
Yes.
You can. And you can claim they are to prove your theory if this is the theory you want to go with.
Then why would she ask to help her? She was, I mean, would it be that she's tampering and that's why she's offering to help her? I mean, the only else thing I can think of alternatively is Marjorie. Marjorie is, like, really pressed for this deal. If Red is offering to, if Pauline's the one that's running the business, Pauline's the one that's the brains of the operation, and Pierre is very much the showman, sardonyx, if you watch Steven Universe, person in this scenario. And so, it could be that, especially with the way that, I mean, Pierre picks up pennies and tries to sell them, that their business was not doing as well as it would have been doing, and Pauline would be aware of that. And if Red was helping her, for example, tamper with bits for money, for like, I mean, what do you call it? To like, I don't know, inflate the price, value of useless items. If they continued running that scam, there would be no reason for Pauline to engage in business with Marjorie. Because Marjorie wanted to strike a deal. Marjorie wanted some of that business. And I mean, it could very well be that because Marjorie wanted to push that deal so badly, she figured one, Red is blowing it out of the water for it. Pauline is the one who knows all of this information. And it could be Pauline was really about to renege on their deal. That's why she kept saying, like, we were going to have a deal. And figured that Pierre would be more easily swayed than Pauline into signing it. Especially in a very vulnerable state of having just lost his sister, and her reinforcing that this is what Pauline would have wanted.
I love this game.
It is really good.
Holy shit. I'm gonna say let's put that forward as your theory, because like that was just like some next level shit that you guys just made out of all these clues. How many clues are you putting forward on that?
So what are we thinking? Napkin, I can help you with the tampered bid sheet matches with Red.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to help.
Yes.
And running a scam with Pauline, who they seem to really care about. That's 2.
Yeah. The worried he find out all lied is definitely part of that. The glad she's dead is the weird one.
I mean, Marjorie could say...
You can also discount clues. Like, you can, like, explain how they're discounted from being part of the theory. And still have
Marjorie could say that. Like, Marjorie could be like, I'm glad that she's dead, and maybe I'm worried he'll find out that I lied about that she would have wanted the deal to go through.
I also feel like Red could have not wanted Pauline to die, but felt it was necessary for the deal, their survival, whatever the case is.
So
are we doing Red or are we doing Marjorie as murderer?
I feel like
I actually just hit a bad hiccup. Who is whoever the killer's saying these things to, so that the bird can repeat them?
Ooh.
Because
that's why I kind of feel like it's both.
Maybe it's both.
Like
maybe it's both. Yeah, it could be both in that sense. Like,
that would honestly make the most sense.
What if the napkin wasn't meant for Pauline, and she's just the one who found it and sussed out that Red and Marjorie were working together?
Maybe they felt it was necessary to free Pierre from the relationship with Pauline in order to let Pierre grow as a person as well.
Very empathetic look at it.
Oh my god, Jen, I love it. I love it so much.
It's such an empathetic look at it too.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So good.
So with this theory, we can actually, I think, use all of the clues, because the shoe shoved under the desk drawer is the money motive. The woman
plus
crying.
The tin.
With the tin. Red crying over the things and knowing more about them than she says, and the tampered bid sheet means that she has part of that money motive, but also is sort of regret for
mentally linked to the plan. Napkin, I can help you is the napkin that I don't think is necessarily aimed at Pauline. Could be that Pauline found it and realized that they were working together.
That's what I think
to scam her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Pauline was like onto them and they were trying to do it hush hush, and then Pauline started getting a little too close.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
it was a scam within a scam, y'all.
Which would make sense as to why they kept telling us not to meddle.
Indeed,
also, like, screw Marjorie.
To be fair, Marjorie is like completely my aesthetic, but yeah.
So how many clues is that? So we had the glad that she's dead, the napkin, I can help you, worry he'll find out that I lied, tampered bid sheet, tears, money tin, shoe in the drawer.
Yeah, I believe that's all of them.
7.
Yes. 7?
Yeah.
All right. So 7 clues. So it's 7 clues, 6 minus 6 difficulty. I will allow the use of items as bonuses if you can tell me how your item can be put to use in this moment as you're in the line listening to the voices. Don't have to either. Just a bonus option.
When I look at the tampered bid sheet, what does it say the value of the spyglass and the whale bones are?
Yes.
Like the actual, and what was like the tampered number?
I think this is another detail that you can adjust to fit your theory. Because I don't want to... In this phase, I can't retcon things as the GM and be like, well, actually, this is you guys kind of weaving it together. So if that's a missing detail, I'd say you can color it in to fit the theory that you're proposing.
Okay.
Per the keeper rules.
Because what I'm thinking, y'all, is what if one of these things is more valuable than they thought it would be? So, I don't know. Maybe the long con was like someone buys it for... So, an unwilling person buys something for cheap or like gets it for cheap. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a way to incorporate it where it's like, if I just drop one of the items, whether it's the spyglass or like the whale bones, like if I just like drop it, is someone going to like gasp because they know it's worth more than it was sold for? That's that's my line of thinking.
Yeah. What if it's the whale bones, because they also did give me the shivers, and possibly due to the whole like larger mystical thing, and there are also multiple of them, and so I think while we're sitting and listening to people, I'm going to take one out and start looking at it and playing with it and like listening at it.
Throw it in the air and catch it.
What
Try to
I want
juggle
to do
all
is
three.
I want to use my cane and just like hit against it and then accidentally break it.
Take 2 then, because you're using your cane as well. So that's a +2. So that brings you up to a 9 with the whale bones and the cane.
I'm thinking.
I love this shit.
What else do y'all have on you? Because I have a Kindle and a book, a sewing kit, a cactus, and a spyglass.
I just have a letter opener and an umbrella.
Because I'm trying to think.
And a bird.
And a bird.
I have a
bird.
That's...
Like, actually, since we're using the bird to, like, match with the voices, does that give us a bonus?
I already counted it as a clue, but since we're doing items, I'll count it as an item as well.
the item shoulder he sits on, like,
I'll list it as the clue.
This one officer.
Bird is the word.
All right.
I think
that'll take you to a 10.
Those are all the things I can think of.
I feel like that's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a good roll. All right. Yeah. So let me see if there's rules on who helms it. And for those watching at home, it says theorize is a very fun move meant to simulate those great scenes in mystery stories where the protagonists are puzzling aloud about who might have done it. Note that it doesn't matter who rolls theorize when the time comes. And theorize is not subject to modifiers, so like the golden crown mystery, the advantage. I'll give you the golden crown mystery because we didn't do it the whole game, so that's fine. Advantage, blah, 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 or putting on a crown. So we're good there. So who would like to helm this roll? You have a +10, -6 from the mystery difficulty, and then just the base roll, 2d6.
I say Ernie.
Ernie?
Yeah.
The reason I say that is because Georgie like kicked off everything. Georgie blew this shit wide open.
MVP. Actually,
MVP.
Yeah, literally most valuable parrot.
God damn it. God damn it.
Most valuable parrot.
It's so good. It's so good.
Okay, so what am I rolling?
2d6 plus 10 minus 6. You can do the modifiers at the end if you want.
So basically, more or less +4.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 6 and a 1.
So that's 7 plus 4 is 11.
That's an 11. That is
We've got an 11. We've got an 11. All right. So on a 10 plus, it's the correct solution. The keeper will present an opportunity to take down the culprit or otherwise save the day. So here's how this scene unfolds.
Oh yeah. Baby.
Get ready for this. The Mavens. So first of all, The Mavens are going up and down the line of semi-intoxicated suspects. And you're able to match the voice. Describe for me the scene. What happens as you come face to face with your suspect?
Well, I don't know what everybody else is doing, but I know Ernie is walking up and down the row, just hitting their umbrella. I'll use my this, you know what I mean? Just staring at everybody with the parrot flying right behind her head, also staring at everybody.
Yeah.
As we're walking down, and then just walking back up, and then walk back down again, and then we stop at Red Lady and just stare at her. Anybody else can take whoever else they want, but that's what Ernie's gonna do.
Perfect.
I want to make Marjorie shake in her buttons, man. That's all I want.
Perfect.
I feel like I'm going to go out to where the sheriff was and be beckoning him in and stuff. I believe we should be talking here.
Sheriff follows you in. Oh, yeah. No, totally. I knew that. Can you talk low, though, so that it looks like I've figured it out? That'd be great. Thanks.
I'm sorry, it's a little late for that because we already kind of figured him.
I want to mess with Marjorie. I just want to sidle up to her. Be how you doing? I'm happy you didn't move from where I told you to move. It's really important that you stay right here. It's great. Worked out real great. I'm just gonna continue small talking her and not talking to anyone. Just small talking her and just that's real interesting. And I'm just holding my badge, my badge that I'm still covering the expiration date on. You see this is really cool actually. This is actually really cool that the sheriff's department trusts my judgment and investigation skills so much. It's really great to be valued in my community despite my age. I just really want to mess with her.
As you mess with Marjorie, as you all corner in on your quarry, as your theory has proven correct, the lights in the room flicker, and there is a breathtaking moment. Cold air fills the room as you all pause. And when the lights come back on, your two suspects, one of them has reached out to you, Iris, Marjorie, with an old tiny little dagger, a letter opener that looks like a dagger, and has moved and stabbed you right in the stomach. You'll never take me alive!
Oh, I'm gonna fuck her up.
Ernestine, in this moment, Red, you're with the parrot. She has taken Georgie and said, Not today! Not today! And she takes Georgie and goes to whip Georgie downwards.
No, not the parrot!
I need both of you to make night rolls, please. And this is how...
I'm gonna murder them. Oop, murder maven is about to be an actual literal thing.
This is the thing.
Okay. With what modifiers?
Your whatever brute strength is.
Beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Okay. I have 0 for her vitality, so it's a 9.
Same.
A 9?
Yeah, because I don't have any modifiers.
Do you want to spend a crown?
Hold on, let me think of the let me look at the crown thing. It's when you put on this crown, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mark and narrate any wish. It's Crown of the Queen or Crown of the Void, or I can pick.
One's scarier than the other.
I think Void is scarier.
Yeah.
What'd you get,
Sorry,
Ernestine?
I'm reading.
I was gonna say I got a 6, by the way.
Is that our first fail this game?
I think that's the first fail.
Holy shit.
Great.
Of course, it has to be this.
Yeah, can I go to assist because there's no way we're losing your MVP?
So
Crown of the Queen is like, so I have to put my crown on and just and mark and narrate, and you wish, and then what happens? I guess I'm trying to understand that part.
for the crown.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand how it works.
So in this is the moment where I describe the bad thing, and it happens, like it happens, and then you rewind the tape, and you're like, no, it doesn't. That's putting on the crown.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand now. I would like to use my crown.
Okay. And how about for Ernestine?
Ernestine's also gonna use a crown.
Okay.
We're not losing Georgie.
No.
I
I'm not
refuse
listening to
categorically. As a
For-
bird mother, I refuse categorically to lose Georgie.
For Edna, in this moment, you see your friends being physically stabbed, and Georgie, your dear MVP, being attacked. In your purse, your Furby starts to quaver and shake and levitate up out of your bag. And in this moment, its eyes open and it activates. And it says, "I'll help!"
Oh no, no.
Oh, goodness.
It's like thank you, but also no thank you.
I mean, I am grateful. I've been waiting for this day all my life. Or at least for about 4 years. I've had it.
Horrifyingly grateful. I don't know what the term would be at this point. Just
So in this final scene where you have successfully solved the mystery and theorized correctly and closed the case, in this moment of high drama, Iris, you're stabbed in the stomach. You feel your life flashing before your eyes. The blood is beginning to leave your body. And instead, you put on a crown, like from your favorite murder mystery series with Amanda Delacour. Describe to me, because putting on a crown represents the idea of your maven as a woman, and it involves flashbacks to your life as a partner, mother, sister, present day scenes that show her being romantic or sexual or having a complicated inner life. So go ahead and mark one of those crown flashbacks. Describe that to us, and that will be your final.
Does it have to relate to like?
No, it's kind of like in this moment you're stabbed and you're dying. You know that you're dead on the floor in like 2 seconds.
Okay.
Tell me your flashback and how do you like get this resolved to change fate? And tell me the one you pick too.
Oh, I think for Iris, it would definitely be a flashback of your fondest memory of your late partner. I feel like in her last moments, she'll always be thinking about Eleanor. And so I think that the memory she has is them being in there at the backyard of one of their houses. They're underneath their favorite tree. Eleanor has her head in Iris's lap, and they're talking about their life together. And Eleanor says something, or Iris says something along the lines of, "Well, we're always going to be growing old together." And Eleanor looks back at her and says, "But even if we're unable to grow old together, you should still grow old without me." And it's just a moment where they kind of laugh about it, like, of course I'm not gonna live my life without you. But it reminds Iris of how even though she lost what she felt was like the light of her life, she tried to continue pushing on because that's what Eleanor would have wanted for her. I'm getting in my feels right now. And that's I think what she would see in her like last moments is them thinking of the absurdity of them not living without one another, and coming to also terms with the fact that that came to pass. And also this is not where Iris is going to let herself
she still has older to
succumb. She is older to get. She has more to do, and Eleanor lived her life to the fullest, and for the past couple of years Iris hasn't, and she wants to emulate that again, and that's what she's experiencing in that moment.
In this moment when Iris hits the floor and her blood spills in a bloom around her, and guests begin screaming, and drunk as they are, they know that this is horrible, and the sheriff is shooting wildly into the crowd. Which one's a suspect? Ah! Towards Edna, who never explained which one, and he can't tell, even though someone was just stabbed before his very eyes. Iris, you die, you pass away, but go ahead and mark a use of your crown, and with that memory, this fate is undone. We rewind, we go back.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Instead, Iris finds herself in front of the suspect, Ms. Buttons, ready to be pointed at and said, "You are the one in the wrong," ready for justice to be done. For Ernestine, in this moment, when your beloved companion is facing bodily injury and possibly death, with a brutal swipe downwards of this suspect that you were about to name, which crown moment do you mark?
For Crown of the Queen, right? Or can it be either or?
Could be the Void if you want, but the Void's more dangerous. Moves your character closer to retirement. But if that's your vibe, that's your vibe.
I kind of feel like I was leaning a little bit more towards like the Chariot of Crown of the Void, because her reason modifier and her sensitivity like go down one both, and like I feel like this would, up until this point, no one's messed with the parrot, and like I think that Ernestine has never really come to the realization that someone could try to mess with her parrot, or like would even like stoop to that level, and is kind of like now like, oh no, you know. So
yeah,
I feel like she would be like in that space.
Yeah, go ahead and mark that one, and that one does not have a vignette, correct?
Right. It just, it says my reasoning and everything was like those two things go down by one.
Yeah. Go ahead and mark
your
that.
sensitivity goes up, actually.
Oh, sensitivity goes up. Okay, actually.
Yeah, your reason goes down. You're becoming more attuned to the spookiness while also losing your brain.
Yes, I like that.
As you feel in your bones the feeling that Georgie must feel in their last moments, your brain snaps a bit. The logic of the situation no longer makes sense. All you can feel is the wind rushing around, kind of emanating a little bit from that Furby that's rising out of your friend's purse, but also just generally as a waypoint in this strange space in Brindlewood Bay. And you're more attuned to it now. You're a little bit more eerie. You're a little bit more zoned in to the forces around you. And time reverts. Georgie is back, bursting through the air in a flight of feathers, alive and well. And you're standing in front of Red, who's looking at you with an eyebrow arched. What? As time is now yours to right these wrongs and dole out justice. Edna, in this moment, in order to use your Eldritch Furby, will you also use a crown?
Yes. I think there is going to be a crown of the queen, but specifically the present day, showing the private side that few get to see, and few like get to see that I am actually like ridiculously ride or die for my other mavens. And so the flashback is like me literally sending in letters to the HOA being like, Lauren, you shut the fuck up and you are not messing with any other shit, and just like all of this stuff. And so just sort of channeling that chaotic energy, I think I am going to grab the knitting needles out of my bag, and since both Marjorie and Red are distracted, I am going to stab them in the back of their legs. with these knitting needles.
Arrow to the knee, like Maven's edition.
Dang.
Oh my god.
Ernestine, go
That
ahead.
is wonderful.
In this moment too, Ernestine, I don't know, did you want to have a scene closure for you after Georgie's resurrection as you see Edna with like this like levitating Furby that's like, ow, help, like walking forward with knitting needles? Moment of closure for
Get
you.
out of the way. Nope. I just let Edna take care of it.
And as our
Gosh.
scene closes with Iris in a moment of restoration, Ernestine in a moment of greater connection to these eldritch forces, and Edna herself a force to be reckoned with,
Oh my god.
stepping forward with all the floating power of an eldritch Furby rising up out of the depths of her purse.
I'm just
Stabs.
imagining in the background just being like, ha.
Stabs forward with the knitting needles. And with a cry of pain, the two suspects buckling forward, the last scene is the sheriff scratching his head and saying, "Oh wait, are these them? Is it? I'm making an arrest. I'm making an arrest. I called it. This is mine. This one's on me." And then
Sure
kind of
it is,
under his
honey.
breath to the
Sure
three
it
of you,
is.
"Thanks, Mavens."
Oh.
And that is where we will end our story of Brindlewood
my
Bay.
I love this game
That
so
was
much.
so much
I
fun.
am obsessed. This is
I love
too
this
good.
so much.
Holy moly.
So
You know,
freaking
I was just
wholesome.
making eye contact with the Furby behind Mary Elise. I was like, that's all I'm imagining. Like, that has come to life and is like, I'm gonna help you. And I'm just like, oh god.
Wouldn't that be
Right.
We have
terrifying?
legions, so they can all be watching.
Oh my god.
Holy moly, my face hurts so bad. Oh my god. You guys are amazing. Okay, don't go anywhere, chat. We're doing a little post talk. I won't keep you guys too long. I know we're getting late on time here, and I want you to all have a good night's rest after that amazing performance of Brindlewood Bay. But we have some business here. So if you haven't gotten into our giveaway yet, everyone gets an entry by typing in !ticket or !enter to enter our giveaway. Again, this is StoryCrafters. It is a collaboration with the wonderful Detect Magic, who played Iris tonight. We bring TTRPGs and crafts together, and this wonderful cohort of folks crocheted crafts, which still amazes me with how wonderful you and creative you all are. So they learned how to do that, or some of them already knew how to do that, and they were kicking it with us at crocheting on
Points.
text stream.
I don't know how to point or in which direction is like Mary Elise, who's like a crochet magician.
Right?
But yes, so if you want to get in on our next cohort, we're going to be doing Legos for our craft, and we are going to be playing a game of adventure skeletons that fall apart into different little pieces for Halloween. So that is coming up, and follow us on Twitter for more information about how you can apply for the cohort. But I want to, as folks are entering the giveaway, and we'll do the draw shortly here, I want to turn it over to Tech. It's our tradition to just ask our players to just share their experience with crafting and kind of how these things go together for y'all. And then, of course, please share your crafts. So I'm turning it over to Tech for this part while I work my chat magic.
Well, y'all, I know that. Oh my god, I love that it's sitting on your shoulder, Mary Elise. I just realized that it's like a familiar. It's great.
It definitely is. Though it's also like sort
Oh
of
my god.
wedged between my headphones and my shoulder, so I
That
like
is
can't
the
move.
best, most amazing thing I've ever seen. Well, with respect to crafting, I know that we had gotten together and done the crochet side of things. That was both sort of like a bit of a teaching stream, and that was a very much a free-handed stream for Mary Elise. So I think I mean I probably will ask you each individually because I know that the experiences are vastly different. So for you, Mary Elise, what did it feel like to have sort of like this kind of a prompt, kind of a vague prompt, and then how did that translate into what you ended up crocheting? Because clearly you have a very deep love of Furbies. But I just wanted to hear a little bit more about your thought process and how you tied that into your character creation. Like, how did it all come together? Because you freehanded that pattern from my understanding.
Yes, because actually, when I learned crocheting, I couldn't read patterns, and so I would just create plushies and stuff freehand, and I've only started getting into writing and reading patterns. And so I love this idea of Edna, who's actually based off of my late grandmother, and she's just like this sweet old lady who actually just really loved basically adopting neighborhood kids, and the kids would just bring stuff to her. And I had this idea of just this Furby happening, and I was just like, you know what? I could probably try and find a pattern, or since the crafting stream started at 8 a.m. my time, I'm like, you know what? YOLO. I am going to try and crochet a Furby and see what happens. And so I just, for most of the stream, I was just working on the faceplate, which of course is the most complex part, and then decided to the rest of it as it went. And actually, it's really funny because the wings are removable with little buttons.
Oh my god, so cute.
Oh my gosh.
Can you hold it up to the camera? Can we get a close up?
Mary Elise, oh my god.
And of its tentacles as well.
Precious.
So cute.
Yep.
Oh my god.
But
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I mean,
yeah,
as someone who just started crocheting earlier this year, having been taught by a fellow crafting streamer here, I mean, it really is like what Andrea's saying in chat. It blows my mind, the idea of someone freehanding something, like even like, you know, mentally writing a pattern for them to be able to create something. So it's amazing to see that vision come to life. Because I think you had told us in the first drafting session, you're like, I'm gonna make a Cthulhu Furby, and I was like, I don't even know what that would look like. I can't even form a mental image of that.
yeah, it was sort of hard to try and figure out, like, how am I going to incorporate the beak, and, like, how do I want to do the eyes? Do I want to try doing eyelids? Do I want to try doing eyelashes? Because, I mean, as you can see by Elder Furby behind me, those are usually a really prominent part. And so I'm like, I have no idea how I really want to incorporate that. But I just sort of went a little piece at a time and wanted to be like, you know what? Okay, we've got Furby. We can creep this a little more. Make it a little creepier. A little creepier. Voila.
That's amazing. I mean, it's really just, it's amazing to look at. It might haunt a nightmare of mine occasionally, but like it lives rent free in my brain.
Good, because it can't afford the rent.
Eldritch Furby can afford whatever it wants.
It really, people just concede to it, I think, at this point. They just see it and say yes. And I know, Jen, for you, I mean, crochet is super new. I think you said you tried to do a blanket. Is that the same one that you're wearing that you had tried to start? Tell us the story.
Here's my story. My partner brought home fluffy yarn one day, and I was like, oh my gosh, I want to make a blanket. And then that was the end of the story for a while. And then my friend was like, hey, you should come crochet with me on my crochet-a-thon on my stream. And I was like, cool. And I made half a scarf. And I learned how to do like double crocheting and things like it was like a very like complicated but easy scarf pattern. So like Tech had to teach me how to single crochet because I didn't know how to single crochet. And so originally I was gonna make a parrot, but then I was like, I don't know enough about crocheting to make a parrot, and this is getting complicated. So I decided one day I was like, I'll just practice, and then I made a scarf blanket instead. And so that's my crochet item.
Can we see? Can you hold it up?
Oh yeah. So it's very simple, but it's super soft. It's the softest.
Is it
Oh my
like
god,
blanket yarn,
that looks
I'm
so
guessing?
nice.
Like, yeah.
It looks very
It's
snuggly.
It's like
As someone who like owns entirely too much, like I need it turned like this whole thing on this side is like blanket yarn, so
I just wanna
totally get
snuggle
it.
It looks
It's a
really
box of
comfy.
blanket yarn.
Yeah.
It's very fluffy. So for you, do you see crocheting being like a craft that you would take up and continue doing. I don't know too much about your tabletop background, if this is something like a game that you would then play again. I want to understand, I guess, also for you as well, Mary Elise, if you would want to revisit this system. I know I asked like 3 questions, but
number one, I love this system. Number one, I've been getting super into indie TTRPGs mostly on stream, and I've been like, I play D&D a lot, but for streaming, I'm mostly in indie TTRPGs, and I think that like they just lend themselves to storytelling in this setting a lot better in a lot of ways. Don't fight me, I do not have the energy right now. But so I love this system, and I love the way that like everything is so collaborative, because the whole point of us being here is like collaborative storytelling. And I also love crocheting, but my ADHD is very strong, and so that influences both of those things for me. But I think the core answer is yes.
And Mary Elise?
I definitely adore Brindlewood Bay. I have seen the entire Murder, She Wrote series. I literally grew up on murder mysteries. The first thing that I ever remember watching is the intro to Masterpiece Mystery on PBS. And so I also started crocheting when I was like 5. My mom taught me. So having an opportunity to bring those things together, and also tabletop RPGs, is just like everything all at once that I love. And I definitely get the whole EDD distraction thing, because I will say that I made this while I was watching through Dead End Paranormal Park a couple times, because I can't just watch something, I have to be crafting at the same time. And so it ended up going as sort of a back and forth thing. But I would definitely play this again. I want to know more about like the actual mysteries of Brindlewood Bay as a place. And also just, I love murder mysteries. And the fact that it's also bringing up all these old TV shows that I used to watch and stuff, and like the Maven moves are all based. Oh my gosh, the infomercial was so much fun.
The infomercial, I could picture in like my mind's eye, because I'm like, wow, I'm really calling back the times that I like fell asleep on the couch. My parents didn't want to move me, and I was watching like Nick at Night after like, I don't know, Full House was done playing or something.
Yeah, you just like, everything's in like Arial font and stuff. All of the scrolling, but the like all the different Murder Maven abilities are based off of old TV shows and stuff. So you've got like 18 Twin Peaks. My thing was MacGyver, and just like these are things that I used to watch after school, and it just was able to connect that with murder mystery, with like Eldritch Cosmic Horror, with tabletop RPGs,
with crochet,
and now with crochet. It's like, oh my goodness, this is literally my life. And then I just added Furby, and then voila, it is literally everything.
Full circle. Okay, last question. This is a fun one. This is a fun one. Last question. At least the one of the ones I have. Looking at the Maven moves, if you could have one of those Maven moves in your real life, which one would you pick and why? I don't know if y'all have them in front of you, because I was looking at that and I'm like, these are very fun and very specific to like to the setting, and they would seem like to be very, very fun to have in real life.
The thing is, I feel like to a certain degree I already do have the MacGyver ability.
Agreed, but the way that you describe finagling the drawer, I was like, dang. I said it then and I'll say it again. If I'm locked out of my house, I ever need to commit a heist in a museum, I'm locked out of my car, I know exactly who I'm adding to like my squad in like emergency contact.
Yeah. So having like an official version of that would be absolutely amazing. Just nice. Be able to take any random 3 things and figure out how to fix whatever problem you're going through.
I feel like RPGs really build that skill. Like, you can solve any problem, including being trapped in a room with a giant monster. Like, do you have string? You're fine. You'll be fine.
Have you checked for a dead bard?
Right. I don't know what I would pick, but I really like the Dale Cooper one. Because you get clues in dreams, and that's just fun.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Just like having like insights from dreaming.
Yeah.
I think.
I
mean, that would be incredibly helpful.
Well, the thing is, it's funny too, because like being part Korean, like dreams are a big part of our culture. So like anytime something happens, like me and my family, my sisters will all be like, "Okay, so who had the dream? Like who had the dream? Who had it?" And like someone will be like, "Oh, I had a dream about something like this," and we're like, "Okay, so it was you. Got it, right?" Yeah. So it's kind of fits. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Ah. This game
those
is
are all,
so
those
fun.
are all the questions I had.
Thank you guys for being willing to do a little post chat. Tech, I'll put you in the interviewee spot. Can you share your crochet with us? Because transition time, it is our first giveaway. Text Craft is always our first giveaway paired with an RPG. So we'll be drawing for that first. You will be the proud winner of...
This is a cactus. This is a crochet cactus. Which actually, it's very interesting because I've never made something like this. Actually, I had to buy plastic canvas because it needed to have like a plastic base for it to sit up correctly. This is far more assembly than I'm used to doing in a crochet. So this is a very fun endeavor as someone who is still not even like a year into crocheting. It's one of those things where it's like, wow, I learned something new. so you get this very small cactus.
It's super cute though.
Mary-Lise won the cactus.
Oh!
Do you accept, Mary-Lise?
You accept the cactus.
You yelled no.
I love the cactus, but I would especially love if someone else got it.
Are you sure?
I totally get it.
I'm sure.
Okay, we're still giving you a book though. Okay, we'll count this as that's draw number 2. So Mary-Lise gets a book. All right, here's for the cactus. We'll see.
Mary-Lise is so cute, so kind.
Klutzy Crafts! Congrats, Klutzy Crafts!
Andrea, you win.
You win the cactus and a TTRPG of Brindlewood Bay. All right, we got 3 more. 3 more.
I love you, Andrea.
3 more.
I just screamed. Oh, you sweet bean. I love you.
Congratulations. All right, here's for our RPG book. Oh, by the way, the Brindlewood Bay that we're giving away is brand new. I don't think they've released it yet. So it might be like a couple weeks till we can get you
right?
It's the redone rules. So hot off the press. All right, here we go. Number 3. Brave at Heart. Brave at Heart, you have won Brindlewood Bay. All right, 2 more. Candace! Candace has won Brindlewood Bay! Hooray!
Yay to everyone that's winning. I know everyone's gonna like win. There's 5 copies that are going to be won, or 4 copies, however many. It's very exciting. I am very excited about like having this game distributed.
Giveaways are just cool.
All right, we got one more.
Fun system.
Rem of the Realm has won Brindlewood Bay! All right, so we've got Klutzy winning the cactus with Brindlewood Bay, and then our other folks have won the Brindlewood Bay TTRPG virtual PDF. Thank you.
I think it's even particularly funny because I make fun of Andrea all the time for all of her crochet so far. She just learned to crochet around the same time that I have, and everything she's crocheted so far has been like raunchy and inappropriate, which I love so much about her.
I feel like that fits with the old lady vibe.
Mildly inappropriately shaped cactus, according to my chat. They made fun of me and said it was phallic for like 10 minutes and upset me greatly.
It's a cactus. What can you do?
That Andrea got it. I was going for like a Doug trio sort of looking there, like it looks like penises. I hate this.
No, I think it looks like a Doug trio. I see it. Congratulations, everyone, for winning. Congratulations, to my Brindlewood Bay murder mavens for being amazing. I so enjoyed the Theorize move and your Amanda Delacour and your commercials and your collaboration and your wonderful characters. Thank you for bringing that to the table tonight. Thank you all, chat, for hanging out with us. Thank you, Tech, for being amazing and doing this collab with me. The premise here is that we're all creative and that we can like harness that creativity through crafts. I can't. Like, I think the end game of the stream is like getting me to do a craft. Like, you'll notice I'm like, I didn't make anything. I wore like a sweater that I bought. Does that count? Anyway,
it emulates fiber art, so it counts.
It only counts if you continue on to it.
Oh yes, like Edna. Beautiful.
Yep.
If you add like fringe, it'll count.
All right, I'll work on it. But thank you all so much. We will be back at this again for our next cohort. Follow me on Twitter for updates and how to apply. I'll drop my socials. You should also follow these fine folks. Their handles are here for your fine viewing enjoyment of their content. And last but not least, do you all have shout outs for us on where we can find you online and things that you're excited about? We'll give you kind of an outro for projects where people can follow you down the rabbit hole. Jen?
Hi, I'm Jen. Jen Geeky on Twitter. I don't really have anything pressing coming up that I can talk about, but like you can check out my Twitter and keep up to date on the happenings there. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. And Mary Elise?
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank y'all because this was fantastic and I really, really enjoyed playing it. You can find me on Twitter at Dexy Plushies. DEXIII_plushies. Though it's definitely not just plushies. Lately it's been a lot of work rants and stuff, but if you want to see my work that I actually am pretending to adult get paid for, check out The Sea Beast on Netflix.
Hell yeah.
Carl Urban is the lead, and it's
Hell
really
yeah.
fun. But yeah, I don't really have anything big planned, but definitely I do some art and stuff for the Forgotten Troupe, who does streaming Tuesdays and sometimes Thursdays, so if you get a chance, check that out. But thank y'all for just having this, because this is so cool.
Of course.
This is always so fun. I mean, we've done it only, I think, twice now, but it feels like it's such a fun core part of the sort of things that I do, at least.
Shout out for you, Tech.
Me. People that don't know me, I am Detect Magic Tech. I'm a variety crafter, streamer, chaos goblin. I normally stream 5 times a week, doing crafts, doing some games, and things coming up for me. I just had to reschedule it because I was going to be streaming for Starlight, which is a children's charity that raises money for kids that are going through cancer treatment. I was going to be streaming for that on Saturday, but I had to move it to Sunday because of a last minute family plans change. So on Sunday, starting at 9 a.m. Central Time until 7 p.m., I will be streaming for Starlight with some very interesting goals. My donation goal is $500. And when we hit that 500, I mean, there's goals, 100, 200, 300. But if we hit 500, we will be doing art with tiny hands. The little tiny plastic hands that you put on your fingers or hold like little Ken doll hands. You get to watch me try to do art with them. It'll be chaotic and messy and awful in the best way. And for any amount of donation, you get to put a googly eye on my face. So I'm gonna look like a real life, like the Bible depiction of angels, where they have like a million eyes and shit. That's what I'm gonna look like on Sunday. So lots of funny, weird things that we're going to be doing then. But otherwise, I mean, you'll find me on Twitch, on my socials that are a little empty, and you'll see me, you know, doing this collab with Allison that I love very much. I think it's such a fun, unique idea, and I am so impressed with us for coming up with it.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's like a true collab because it's things that both you and I love and want to like share with each other and share with other people who also love these things. So everybody wins. And that's the lesson of today. I'm Allison, I'm Insight Check. This is my channel. We do things like this. If you like it, follow and come hang out in the future. And that's all I got for you all, folks. Thank you all so much. So grateful to all of you. Have a great night, and we'll see you soon. Take good care.